Chapter 687. It seems that you know why I'm here. Jun Xiaoyao picked up his teacup and took a sip. Of course. The Son of God has the sacred body of the ancients, which is the archenemy of the tyrant body of the firmament. How could he not be here? Tuobajan said, Then, do you know why the Conqueror Star and the Desolate Star are in such a state? Jun Xiaoyao asked. He had been wondering why the Desolate Star had become like this. Actually, I don't know much. I only heard that a powerful sacred body of the ancients was killed by the tyrant body of the firmament. His blood stained the starry sky, Tuobajan said. Is that so? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were filled with surprise. It seemed that in the past battles between the sacred body and the tyrant body, the sacred body had never had the upper hand. In fact, the sacred body of the ancients was at a disadvantage. That ancient sacred body of the ancients was very powerful. I heard that it seemed to have broken the limit. Although it didn't completely sever all 10 shackles, it broke 7 shackles and was very powerful. Logically speaking, even if he couldn't beat the tyrant body, he shouldn't have been killed. However, this is a mystery and no one knows the reason, Tuobajan said. Jun Xiaoyao appeared to be deep in thought. The sacred body of the ancients was restricted by 10 shackles. It was a well-known fact that the sacred body became useless. The news that Jun Xiaoyao had broken 10 shackles didn't spread. Until now, people had mistakenly thought that Jun Xiaoyao had only broken a few shackles. However, strictly speaking, Jun Xiaoyao was able to break 10 shackles because of the check-in system. That ancient sacred body of the ancients had broken 7 shackles by himself, which could be said to be very powerful. However, such a powerful existence was killed by the tyrant body of the firmament of that era. Could there be something fishy about this? Have you heard of the sacred palace of the ancients? Jun Xiaoyao asked. Tuobajan said that is the ancestral land of the sacred body of the ancients. It is on the Desolate Star. Jun Xiaoyao got up and cupped his hands in greeting. Thank you for inviting me to this banquet, Senior. I still have some matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you any further. As Jun Xiaoyao spoke, he picked up the tiny jade hair that was still focused on eating the radish. Hee, Son of God, go ahead. If there's anything, I'll take note. Tuobajan laughed. He already regarded himself as half a member of the Jun family. If he could get closer to Jun Xiaoyao this time, it wouldn't be impossible for him to join the Jun family for real. Thank you. Jun Xiaoyao nodded and left. He left the ancient city, crossed the starry sky, and gazed towards the Desolate Star. There must be some secrets hidden in this. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were deep. Desolate Star, just like its name, was very desolate and bleak. A long time ago, this ancient life star wasn't like that. But now it was barren. The mountain range was barren and devoid of any greenery. The spirit chi of heaven and earth was thin, and the earth was barren and gray. There were very few creatures on this ancient life star. There weren't even many kinds of beasts that didn't want to live there. There were some old and dilapidated cities scattered on the continent of the Desolate Star. Most of them were mortals, and a small number of cultivators hadn't even reached the sage-to-be level. They were very ordinary. On the ultimate ancient road, it was rare to see such a weak ancient life star. Jun Xiaoyao flew in the sky and scanned a large area with his immortal will. This place is too barren. The spirit chi is thin, and the Dharma laws are broken. It's hard to cultivate here. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head. Then his immortal will suddenly sense something, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. That energy! Jun Xiaoyao's eyes locked on an old city in the distance, and he flashed towards it. At this moment, on a street in the old city, a girl about 7 or 8 years old walked out of a shop. Her black hair was combed into 2 pigtails, and her small face was delicate. Her big eyes were black and white, and they were full of spirit chi. Her eyelashes were long and curly. She was a cute little girl like a porcelain doll, but she was wearing a patched gray dress and her small feet were bare. She didn't wear any shoes and looked a little dirty. Judging from her appearance, the little girl's living conditions weren't good. But there was a satisfied smile on her small face, and she was holding a spirit feather chicken in her small hand. Grandpa's health is poor. I'll make some chicken soup for him and give some to Uncle. There's also a drumstick for Brother. The little girl murmured and started to distribute the spirit feather chicken, but she didn't leave any for herself. Then a few children in brocade clothes appeared in front of her, and their eyes were shining. The leader of the children looked at the little girl and sneered. "Hey, you can afford spirit feather chicken. Seems like you've been living well recently." Bad people." Seeing the children, the little girl's eyes were filled with fear. She turned around and was about to run away. "You still want to run?" The group of children rushed up, and the leader grabbed the spirit feather chicken. "This is for Grandpa and the others." The little girl suddenly shouted and pushed out with one hand. She actually overturned the child who was leading the group. "He's rebelling. Beat him up." The leader of the children was furious. Being pushed away by someone they thought was a loser made him lose face. The group of children surrounded the little girl and bullied her. At this moment, on the other side of the street, a little boy who was about 10 years old and carrying rice and noodles saw the scene. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, and he rushed up. "Little Xian Xian." This child was like a little tiger. He took a few steps forward and punched out, sending a child flying and his teeth falling out. "Little Xian Xian, are you okay?" The little boy looked at his sister. The little girl, called Little Xian Xian, bit her lips and looked at the spirit feather chicken that had been trampled to pieces on the ground. Sparkling and translucent tears flashed in her eyes. "Brother Chin, the spirit feather chicken is gone." Little Xian Xian wanted to give it to Grandpa and Uncle to nourish their bodies. Little Xian Xian couldn't help but sob. "Damn it, you bunch of bastards." The little boy called Ning Chin clenched his fists and rushed toward the group of children like an angry little tiger. "You're just a bunch of losers." The leader of the group yelled as well. His footsteps flashed, and spiritual chi burst out. Ning Chin, the little boy, was not afraid at all. He raised his small fist and punched out. In his clear black and white eyes, there was actually a wisp of golden light that flashed. He fought with a group of children alone. Although Ning Chin was brave and strong, his opponents were a group of people. Moreover, the children in the lead knew some cultivation methods. Not long after, Ning Chin was beaten up. The corner of his mouth was bleeding, and there was a wisp of golden light in the blood. A group of people surrounded them. Some of the people who didn't know what was going on could not help but say, "Whose children are these? Why are they bullying people like this?" "Shoo, be quiet. They're the children of the Tsang family. The siblings are from the great wilderness village," some of the people who vaguely knew what was going on said in private. "What? The great wilderness village is related to that forbidden area." Those who didn't know what was going on trembled. They thought of something and didn't dare to intervene. So, don't meddle in other people's business. The Tsang family's overbearing behavior is obvious to all. Although some of the people around them were watching, they didn't dare to step forward and stop the fight. "Brother." Little Xian Xian was crying. She gritted her teeth and wanted to rush forward. "Don't come over." Ning Chin shouted. "You bastard, get down." The leader of the children threw out a palm strike to suppress Ning Chin. Ning Chen's eyes were red. The blood in his heart was stimulated. He suddenly felt the blood in his body burning. He threw caution to the wind and punched the big boy in the face, causing half of his face to cave in. "Ah!" The leader covered his face and wailed bitterly. In the distance, a few men and women with extraordinary temperaments suddenly appeared. Among them, a beautiful middle-aged woman's expression changed when she saw them. They were her children. "Damn it, you little bastard." The middle-aged woman revealed a resentful expression. She pointed out with her finger. Her cultivation was at the Tao divinity realm. A beam of light pierced toward Ning Chin. Brother! Little Xuan's face was pale as she shouted hoarsely. Ning Chen gritted his teeth and tried his best not to be afraid. Uncle told me that our bloodline is invincible since ancient times. I can't kneel. I'd rather die than admit defeat. The little guy clenched his fists tightly. Many people in the surroundings turned their faces away. They couldn't bear to see this scene. It was not that they didn't want to save them, but those people were also from the Conquer Star Tsang family, an extremely prosperous and overbearing family. Not to mention, in this era, there was an invincible overlord whose name shook the ancient road. He had the potential to become a great emperor. Who would dare to provoke such a powerful family? For a better reading experience, please visit the mobile version of the website. Chapter 688. The Conquer Star Tsang family was famous for being overbearing and unbridled. Not to mention that in a barren land like a desolate planet, even cultivators were rare. Although the surrounding people couldn't bear to see this happen, they didn't have the ability to stop it. The Tao God realm was already a top existence on a desolate planet. Even if there were Tao God realm experts at the same level, they wouldn't dare to provoke the Conquer Star Tsang family. Ning Chen was about to be pierced by the light beam. Little Xuan's tears kept falling, and she let out a cry like a cuckoo crying blood. The surrounding people couldn't help but look away. But in the next moment, they didn't hear the little boy's cry. Everyone turned their gazes over. Suddenly, they were stunned, their eyes filled with bewilderment. Under such circumstances, there was actually someone who dared to stand up and provoke the Tsang family? Ning Chen, the little guy, closed his eyes tightly, and his body was trembling slightly. Although he pretended to be brave, he was only a 10-year-old boy, and it was impossible to say that he wasn't afraid of death. But the pain he expected didn't come. Ning Chen trembled as he opened his eyes and saw the white-clothed figure standing indifferently in front of him. Immortal light shrouded him, and mist billowed, as if a celestial being had descended to the mortal world. That light beam didn't even get close to him, and it disappeared into nothingness. Brother! Little Xian ran over and approached Ning Chen. Her jade-like face was covered in tears, and she looked like a tear-stained pear blossom. After realizing that her brother's life wasn't in danger, her big eyes fell on the white-robed figure. Little Xian was stunned. She swore that she had never seen such a good-looking person in her life. What are your names? The figure said calmly, his voice as gentle as jade. My name is Ning Chen, and this is my sister, Ning Xian, Ning Chen said. He didn't expect that someone would stand up for him. Ning Xian couldn't help but look over, and carefully asked, Little brother, are you an immortal? Hee. The white-robed figure was naturally Jun Xiaoyao. He smiled and didn't say anything. The little girl was a little stunned. This little brother, who looked like an immortal descending to the mortal world, looked really good when he smiled. As for the surrounding crowd, they were also extremely astonished. Who is this young man? How dare he make a move? Newborn calves aren't afraid of tigers. However, since he was able to block an attack from the Tsang family, he should also be a cultivator, right? Most of these people were natives of the desolate planet. They had never been to the ancient Ultimate Road, so naturally they didn't know Jun Xiaoyao's name. On the other side, the beautiful middle-aged woman's face sank as she said, Who are you? How dare you meddle in the business of my Tsang clan? Jun Xiaoyao didn't pay any attention to the middle-aged woman's questioning. It was like the clamor of an ant that he simply couldn't hear. He looked at the pair of siblings and asked, Where are you from? We're from the great wilderness village, Ning Chen said tentatively. Every time they mentioned that they were from the great desolation village, the people around them would distance themselves from them, because the great wilderness village was related to that forbidden area. The Tsang family had always been targeting them. However, to the siblings' surprise, the expression of the little brother in front of them did not change in the slightest, nor did he reveal any estrangement or fear. Damn it, didn't you hear? The beautiful middle-aged woman revealed a cold expression and blasted out her palm again. The other men and women also watched the scene in front of them with interest. How long had it been since their Tsang clan was offended by an outsider? This was the first time. Noisy! Jun Xiaoyao frowned slightly and flicked his sleeve. Boom! Incomparably vigorous ripples of dermic power spread out. The beautiful middle-aged woman's expression abruptly changed as she sensed the terrifying aura. Her face twisted violently. Your strength! Before the beautiful middle-aged woman could say anything, her body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The dermic power ripples swept toward the men and women of the Tsang clan without slowing down. They were directly blasted into pieces without any room to escape. The blood mist drifted away. The air was filled with the smell of blood. The arrogant men and women of the Tsang clan had now turned into a cloud of blood mist that rose with the wind. The surrounding heaven and earth were dead silent. The older children of the Tsang clan were even more petrified. One by one, they collapsed to the ground, their faces pale. They were so scared that they peed their pants. The onlookers at the side also took a deep breath. The moment Jun Xiaoyao waved his sleeve, they seemed to have seen an immortal descend to the mortal world and destroy the mortal world with a wave of his hand. That kind of supreme feeling of being a master of fate, lives, and death was not something that ordinary people could have. This young man is a grand cultivator. He has an extraordinary background. It's too terrifying. Could he be the legendary invincible saint? The surrounding people could not help but exclaim. Ning Qin and Ning Xian, the pair of siblings, were also stunned. They had never imagined that the little brother who had saved them would have such terrifying strength. Jun Xiaoyao glanced at the children of the Tsang clan again. They were so scared that snot and tears were flowing out of their noses. At this moment, the handsome Jun Xiaoyao was no different from a demon in their eyes. Jun Xiaoyao withdrew his gaze. He was not going to argue with a few brats. Those who bullied you, wait for you to deal with them yourself. Jun Xiaoyao looked at Ning Qin and said. At this moment, Ning Chen's eyes were very bright. He said excitedly, Big brother, are you a cultivator? Can you teach me how to cultivate? Oh, why? Jun Xiaoyao asked. Ning Qin clenched his fists and said resolutely, I want to protect my sister, grandfather, and the entire great barren village. Me too. I want to cultivate too. I want to become stronger. Little Xian Xian also said firmly. The siblings had experienced hardships that ordinary children had never experienced. Life was difficult. However, they did not give up. Instead, they stubbornly survived like weeds on the side of the road. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed faintly. The reason why he came to this ancient city was because he sensed the aura of the sacred body of the ancients. Then he saw the pair of siblings. However, what surprised Jun Xiaoyao was that the siblings did indeed have a strong sacred body of the ancients, bloodline in their bodies. However, many of the bloodlines seemed to have been integrated into their bodies after birth. Although they were born with some sacred body of the ancients, bloodline in their bodies, they were far from reaching the level of a true sacred body of the ancients. However, when he thought about it, the sacred body of the ancients was rare since ancient times. There were only a few people in each era. How could he just walk into this place and run into a pair of siblings with sacred body of the ancients? The sacred body of the ancients was too worthless. Could they be descendants of the sacred body of the ancients with some sacred body of the ancients' bloodline? However, the bloodline in their bodies is thicker. It was integrated into their bodies after birth. Jun Xiaoyao thought a lot. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao pondering, Ning Chen gritted his teeth. He really wanted to be able to cultivate, but he did not want to put Jun Xiaoyao in a difficult position. Big brother, we're just saying, if you have concerns, it's okay. Little Xian Xian was very understanding. No, can you take me to your village to have a look? Jun Xiaoyao smiled and said. Ning Chen and little Xian Xian's eyes lit up. They did not expect that someone would take the initiative to go to their village. Naturally, they were more than happy to do so. Jun Xiaoyao took another look at the spiritual feather chicken that had been trampled on the ground and said, "Let's buy another chicken." When little Xian Xian heard that, she was a little embarrassed and said, "But we don't have any money." Jun Xiaoyao smiled and took out a celestial source. Everyone around was stunned. A few cultivators even widened their eyes in disbelief. "Am I seeing things? Is that a celestial source?" Chapter 689. The desolate planet was extremely barren and lacked spirit chi. In such a place, it was naturally difficult to find any source stone veins. On the desolate planet, a divine source was enough to make a group of cultivators fight over it, not to mention the immortal source. Little Xian Xian did not know the value of the immortal source. She hesitated for a moment, but still carefully accepted it. She smiled sweetly at Jun Xiaoyao and said, "Thank you, little brother." In the end, she used the immortal source to exchange for it, and the shopkeeper was so scared that he wet his pants. Did he dare to accept it? He did not dare to. Anyone with a discerning eye knew that Jun Xiaoyao was definitely a ruthless person with an extraordinary background. He might be a top cultivator from outside the desolate planet. In the end, the shopkeeper gave little Xian Xian 2 spirit feather chickens for free, which made her smile and a little embarrassed. "Let's go." Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand and took the siblings with him, flying into the air. In the ancient city, a group of dumbfounded people was left behind. Oh my God, who the hell is this? He even dares to go to the great wilderness village. Is he really not afraid of the Tsang family? Who knows? The Tsang family's Tao Divinity Realm elite could not even withstand a flick of the young man's sleeve. He should be at least a sage-to-be, right? I have a feeling that the desolate planet and the Conquer planet will not be peaceful. The Tsang family will not give up after a few of their people died. Many people vaguely felt that a storm was coming. They were also very curious. How could a young man dare to provoke the entire Tsang family? Jun Xiaoyao brought the siblings with him as he took to the air. "Brother, we are flying." Little Xian Xian was extremely excited, and her little face was as red as an apple. Ning Chen's eyes were also filled with excitement. His dream since he was young was to be able to fly and travel in all directions like those cultivators. However, he heard from his grandfather that their lineage was restricted by heaven and earth, making it difficult for them to cultivate. However, the little guy still had the dream of becoming an elite in his heart. "Little brother, do you have anything to do with the great wilderness village?" Little Xian Xian blinked her big eyes and looked at Jun Xiaoyao. "Why do you ask this?" Jun Xiaoyao said, "I keep having the feeling that little brother has a kind of closeness, just like big uncle." Little Xian Xian said. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes sparkled when he heard that. That sense of closeness was probably due to his sacred body of the ancients. Could the uncle that the little girl was talking about also have the sacred body of the ancients? Although Jun Xiaoyao had some doubts, everything would be answered once they arrived at the great desolate village. Then they continued to move forward. The Tying Jade Hare also got along well with the siblings. "Here, I'll give you some pickled radishes that I've treasured for many years," the Tying Jade Hare said generously as he took out 2 pickled radishes. "Big sister, are you really the jade rabbit on the moon?" Little Xian Xian blinked her beautiful eyes and asked curiously, "That's the ancestor of my lineage. He used to grow radishes on the moon." The Tying Jade Hare patted her chest with her small hands and said seriously, with Jun Xiaoyao's speed, it only took them half a day to reach the great desolate village. Jun Xiaoyao looked around. An old and dilapidated village was located in the distance. The farmhouses were sparse and crisscrossed with crisscrossing paths. It looked a little desolate and dilapidated. Some children were playing at the entrance of the village. There were also some old people sitting in the courtyard. The scene was too ordinary, as if it was an inconspicuous corner of the mortal world. However, under the perception of Jun Xiaoyao's divine consciousness, he found that everyone in the village had more or less a trace of the bloodline of the sacred body of the ancients. Although it was not much, it was enough to prove that their ancestors had something to do with the sacred body of the ancients. In comparison, the bloodline of the sacred body of the ancients in Ning Chen and Ning Xian's bodies was obviously much thicker. A large part of it was integrated into their bodies after birth. Who is he? Jun Xiaoyao's arrival alarmed the villagers. A white-haired old man in a gray robe walked out of the village. Grandpa! Ning Chen and Ning Xian waved their little arms. Their little faces filled with excitement. The old man's eyes were fixed on Jun Xiaoyao. There was a hint of wariness and fear in his old eyes. He's a cultivator! Some of the people in the village gathered around as well, and all of their eyes fell on Jun Xiaoyao. Some of the girls in their late teens blushed when they saw Jun Xiaoyao. You are? The old man asked hesitantly. Grandpa, this big brother saved us. Little Xian Xian's voice was filled with excitement and admiration. Ning Qin, on the other hand, briefly told the old man what had happened. The old man heard and breathed a sigh of relief. At least he was sure that Jun Xiaoyao was not sent by the Tsang family. Thank you for saving us, young master. However, the great wilderness village can't offer you anything to repay your kindness, the old man said with cupped hands. It's okay. Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand. He only came here to clear up some doubts in his heart. Seeing this, the old man said, Young master, the Tsang family is not to be trifled with. You should leave before they find out. Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently, If I leave, the Tsang family will vent their anger on you, right? The old man was silent. However, it seemed that the great wilderness village was often bullied by the Tsang family. Old man, I'm here to find an answer, Jun Xiaoyao said with a smile. Young master, you mean? The old man was puzzled. Jun Xiaoyao's body shook slightly. In an instant, a vast golden aura rushed into the sky. The aura seemed to have turned into a golden dragon that pierced the sky. At this moment, the entire desolate star seemed to tremble. In the depths of the desolate star, a loud roar came from a forbidden place. A hoarse whisper with a hint of bewilderment and surprise rang out. That aura! Has the destined one come? Not only on the desolate star, but also in the Tsang family's residence on the neighboring Conquer star. Many people of the Tsang family also felt a sense of fear. Many powerful people looked at the desolate star with surprise and amazement in their eyes. That aura! Is something happening in the desolate temple? Impossible. The one in the desolate temple is just waiting for death. Is he here? The entire Tsang family was in an uproar. In the Tsang family's residence on a high mountain, a purple-haired man with a muscular figure suddenly stood up, his eyes shooting out cold lightning. He's finally here. Master doesn't need to do anything. I, Tsang Yuan, can suppress the sacred body of the ancients. The purple-haired man, named Tsang Yuan, roared like thunder, shaking the mountains and rivers for thousands of miles. Behind him, illusory figures such as a true dragon, a deity phoenix, a Kuan Peng, and a giant bell appeared. He was the most talented genius of the Tsang family and also one of the followers of the Overlord. The entire Conquer star and the desolate star were trembling because of Jun Xiaoyao in the great wilderness village. Feeling Jun Xiaoyao's aura, the old man's body suddenly trembled. Unprecedented excitement appeared on his face. His body was trembling, and he was so excited that tears ran down his face. This aura is the sacred body of the ancients, the master that my family serves. For a better reading experience, please visit the mobile version of the website, /book/5975/. Chapter 690. The old man was so excited that he could not even speak clearly. Only his cloudy old eyes were filled with deep reverence, as if he had seen a god of faith. He bent his knees and was about to kneel before Jun Xiaoyao. The rest of the villagers of the great wilderness village were about to kneel as well. Jun Xiaoyao waved his sleeves gently. Everyone found that an invisible force was holding them up, preventing them from kneeling. This caused a hint of reverence to appear in everyone's eyes. This young sacred body must have extraordinary strength. Elder, you can explain it clearly. To be honest, I'm really confused, Jun Xiaoyao said with a chuckle. How could these people kneel to him without knowing what was going on? Ning Qian and little Xian felt the aura of Jun Xiaoyao's sacred body of the ancients, and their faces were filled with surprise and reverence. He's the same as my uncle, little Xian murmured. In her heart, her big uncle was the man who protected the great wilderness village, the man who stood at the pinnacle of the world. And this handsome young man in front of her had the same body as her uncle. This surprised and delighted little Xian. Sir, I'm sorry for my rudeness, the old man said with his hands folded. Compared to before, his attitude was more respectful. Then Jun Xiaoyao was respectfully invited into the great wilderness village by the villagers. The old man's name was Ning Defa. He looked at the dilapidated house with only 4 walls and looked a little embarrassed. My house is simple. I hope you don't mind, Ning Defa said respectfully. You don't have to do that. I just want to know the truth, Jun Xiaoyao replied. Sir, it's really the sacred body of the ancients, Ning Defa said with a trembling voice. He still seemed to be in disbelief and thought he was dreaming. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand and forced a drop of blood out of his palm. The blood was as red as agate and had traces of golden light, looking extremely noble. This drop of blood immediately made some of the villagers feel that their blood was about to boil. Although they only had a trace of the sacred body of the ancients' bloodline, they could clearly feel that their blood seemed to be resonating with it. Sure enough, Master has finally come to the desolate star. Ning Defa was thrilled. They did not know how long they had been waiting. They even thought that no new sacred body of the ancients would come to the desolate planet. What's going on here? Jun Xiaoyao asked. Ning Defa sighed and began to tell Jun Xiaoyao some of the things that had happened. The great desolate village was the descendant of the temple keeper. The so-called temple guardian lineage was guarding the desolate, ancient, sacred palace. The lineage of the guardians were followers of the sacred body of the ancients. Their ancestors had received the bloodline of the ancient sacred body of the ancients as a reward, so there was a thin bloodline of the sacred body of the ancients flowing in their bodies. It could be said that the lineage of the guardians were the most loyal guardians and followers of the sacred body of the ancients. The sacred body of the ancients was extremely rare, and there were only a handful of people in each era. However, the lineage of the palace guardians had a large number of people and were extremely powerful. The desolate ancient temple had once been extremely glorious. In its heyday, the desolate ancient temple once had 3 sacred bodies of the ancients at the same time. Its name spread far and wide and suppressed the mystic realm. Even the immortal forces were frightened and did not dare to compete with the desolate ancient temple. I didn't expect the desolate ancient temple to have such a past. Jun Xiaoyao was also very surprised and muttered to himself. He did not expect there to be such a prosperous, sacred body of the ancients' force. Jun Xiaoyao recalled the sacred body of the fallen that he had obtained before. Now it seemed that the sacred body of the fallen should also know about the desolate ancient temple. Or he thought that the desolate ancient temple was a place of pilgrimage for the sacred body of the ancients. There, the sacred body of the ancients would undergo an unprecedented transformation. But if the desolate ancient temple was so prosperous, why is it now unknown in the mystic realm, and even the desolate star has become like this? Jun Xiaoyao was puzzled. When Ning Defa heard this, he sighed deeply and said, Sir, you are also a sacred body of the ancients. You should also know that the laws of heaven and earth have changed dramatically in recent times. The 10 shackles of heaven have restricted the sacred body of the ancients. not only the sacred body of the ancients, but even the lineage of the palace guardians has been greatly restricted because of the bloodline of the sacred body of the ancients in our bodies. Of course, even so, the desolate ancient temple could not have declined directly. It was all because of the ancient overlord body of the ancients. When Ning Defa said this, a hint of hatred appeared in his old eyes. The overlord body of the heavens was the archenemy of the sacred body of the ancients. As loyal followers of the sacred body of the ancients, they naturally hated the overlord body of the heavens. Jun Xiaoyao's face became serious. He felt that he might be about to come into contact with some truths. Sir, when you came to the desolate star, you must have heard that there was once an invincible sacred body of the ancients that was killed by the overlord body of the heavens in this star field. Ning Defa's voice was slightly choked. That's right. Is there a hidden story behind this? Jun Xiaoyao asked. Of course. The sacred body of the ancients is an invincible lineage. Even if it was restricted by the shackles of heaven and earth, it would not have been killed by the overlord body of the heavens. That's because the sacred body of the ancients was once the palace lord of the desolate ancient temple. He was extremely powerful. In order to protect the mystic realm, he once fought against the 3 immortal kings of the foreign realm. He killed one of the immortal kings and severely injured the other 2. When Ning Defa said this, his eyes were full of respect and fanaticism. The rest of the villagers of the great wilderness village also looked reverent and pious. When Jun Xiaoyao heard this, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. The immortal kings of the foreign realm were the leaders of the immortal emperor clan. They were all great emperor-level powerhouses. The sacred body of the ancients was able to fight against 3 immortal kings at the same time, killing one and severely injuring the other 2. This battle record was simply invincible. Of course, although the sacred body of the ancients was powerful, he also paid a great price and returned from the foreign realm with serious injuries. The most hateful thing was that the overlord body of the heavens of that era was extremely sinister. He actually took the opportunity to provoke the sacred body and fight it out with him. The sacred body of the ancients could have refused the challenge, but that would have damaged the reputation of the sacred body. Coupled with his pride as a sacred body, he could not bear to back down. When Ning Defa said this, his voice was already choked with emotions. Strictly speaking, they were only followers of the sacred body of the ancients. However, the bloodline of the sacred body of the ancients already flowed in their bodies. To a certain extent, they could also be considered the descendants of the sacred body of the ancients. The sacred body of the ancients could be considered their ancestor. What happened next did not need Ning Defa to say any more. The result was no doubt that it became a legend that was passed down now. The only thing that was erased was the part where the sacred body of the ancients fought against the 3 immortal kings of the foreign realm by himself. Now that the legend has become like this, it must be because of the Tsang family. Jun Xiaoyao suddenly sneered. The history books had always been written by the victors. Since the overlord body of the heavens won in the end, they naturally would not let the story of the sacred body killing the immortal kings of the foreign realm spread. That's right. The Tsang family is the descendant of the overlord body of the heavens. They have always been at odds with the lineage of the temple guards. They changed history and erased the achievements of the sacred body, so that all the glory was attributed to the overlord body of the heavens. Ning Defa clenched his fists and suppressed his anger. The glory of the sacred body of the ancients and the achievement of killing the immortal kings of the foreign realm was something that no one could talk about. However, the despicable overlord body of the heavens trampled on the name of the sacred body of the ancients and spread it through the ages. Some of the later overlord bodies of the heavens even took pride in it. Being despicable is the passport of the despicable, and being noble is the epitaph of the noble, Jun Xiaoyao said coldly with his hands behind his back. That was also why Jun Xiaoyao did not want to be a hero. Jun Xiaoyao's achievements and demerits did not need to be judged by the world. Just you wait. overlord body of the heavens. What you're going to face next is a sacred body of the ancients that does not care about martial ethics. Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a sneer. He was not the sacred body of the ancients that killed the immortal kings, but ended up being called the loser in the end. Jun Xiaoyao was not that selfless. He only wanted to destroy the Tsang family and the overlord body of the heavens. Chapter 691. The atmosphere in the entire house was heavy. The surrounding villagers of the great barren village also looked solemn and sorrowful, with a sense of unwillingness and grievance. They were the descendants of the temple guardians who followed the sacred body of the ancients. Their lineage had once shared supreme glory with the sacred body of the ancients. Now they had come to such a sad end. Ning Qin clenched his fists tightly, with a stubborn and unwilling look on his face. Although he was young, he knew a lot. Ning Defa had told him about the glorious history of the sacred body of the ancients since he was young. He also had the bloodline of the sacred body of the ancients in his body. Therefore, he was very unwilling to accept it. Xiao Xuanchuan's eyes were also red, crying for the sacred body of the ancients and the temple guardians. "Sir, I'm sorry for letting you know about this heavy history," Ning Defa said apologetically. He felt that he might have put a lot of pressure on the young sacred body in front of him. After all, Jun Xiaoyao looked too young. He shouldn't have to bear the heavy past of the sacred body of the ancients. "Elder, you don't have to worry. This is the truth that I want to know," Jun Xiaoyao said with a faint smile. Even though the past was very heavy and not everyone could bear it, Zhang Xian was still able to bear it. However, it was nothing to Jun Xiaoyao. An eye for an eye, an eye for an eye. With Jun Xiaoyao's status and influence, it wasn't too difficult to uncover the buried truth. "By the way, Elder, you should know where the sacred palace of the ancients is, right?" Jun Xiaoyao asked. He had to go to the sacred palace of the ancients. Not to mention other things, even if it was for the sake of signing in rewards, he still had to go. "Can we go and see Uncle again?" Ning Qin and Xiao Xuanchuan's eyes lit up. Ning Defa nodded and said, "Of course, but you killed the people of the Tsang family. If the Tsang family comes looking for you." Ning Defa's eyes were filled with worry. The Conquer Star Tsang family was extremely prosperous and had always been at the top. Now that Jun Xiaoyao had provoked the Tsang family, they were worried. After all, they did not know Jun Xiaoyao's background. "Is the Tsang family very strong?" Jun Xiaoyao asked indifferently. "The Tsang clan has a legendary paragon overseeing it," said Ning Defa with a deep sigh. In the past, the bloodline of the palace guardians also had one. But now, the lineage of the temple guardians, which had once been incomparably glorious and numerous, now only a desolate and dilapidated great wilderness village remained. The population was less than 1,000, and there were no experts. Moreover, if it wasn't for the presence of that person from the Desolation Temple, perhaps even the great wilderness village no longer existed. "It doesn't matter. It's just the Tsang clan. If they dare to come, we'll destroy them," Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. Although this was just a casual remark from Jun Xiaoyao, however, the domineering aura within caused Ning Defa and the other villagers to reveal astonished expressions. Could it be that this young saintly being was not only powerful, but also had a background that did not fear the Tsang family? Ning Chen and little Xian Xian, these two little fellows, had looks of worship on their faces as their eyes sparkled. "Old man, please lead the way," Jun Xiaoyao said. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's insistence, Ning Defa did not say anything else and nodded slightly. "Grandpa, we want to go too," Ning Qin and little Xian Xian said. Ning Defa nodded. Next, Ning Defa led Ning Qin, little Xian Xian, Jun Xiaoyao, Tying Jade Hair, and the others to the Desolation Temple. They watched Jun Xiaoyao and the others leave. The eyes of the villagers of the great wilderness village were filled with surprise and worry. They were surprised that a new saintly being had finally arrived at the Desolation Temple. They were worried that this saintly being of the ancients could change the current situation of the Desolation Temple and the lineage of the temple guardians. Could he deal with the Conquer-Star Song family? On the way to the Desolation Temple, Ning Defa also told Jun Xiaoyao something. For example, the Song family had already listed the Desolation Temple as a forbidden area. It was also because of this that the outside world was estranged from the great wilderness village. The Lord of the Desolation Temple has already done too much for the great wilderness village. I hope you can help us if you have the ability. Ning Defa cupped his hands and begged, Elder, don't worry. As a saintly being of the same lineage, I will not sit by and do nothing. Jun Xiaoyao said, although he wasn't a kind-hearted person. He didn't want to offend anyone. However, as a saintly being of the same lineage, Jun Xiaoyao would not ignore it. Not to mention, Jun Xiaoyao already had a plan in mind. He wanted to bring the Desolation Temple and the lineage of the temple guardians into the imperial court. There were less than 1,000 people of the temple guardians in the great wilderness village. However, they all had the potential to become strong. After all, having a trace of the saintly being of the ancients' bloodline could not be too weak. It was only because the environment of the Desolation Planet was not suitable for cultivation and the bloodline restrictions of the saintly being that they were so weak. After about half a day, a group of ancient buildings finally appeared in front of Jun Xiaoyao. The weathered city walls and the collapsed ancient palaces, the dilapidated statues seemed to be telling of the glory of the past. But now, everything no longer existed. There was not a single blade of grass growing here. It was extremely desolate, and there were dilapidated palaces everywhere. Success and failure were gone in a flash. The Desolation Temple that once shocked the immortal realm and made the immortal forces bow their heads. Now it was in decline and desolation. The north wind was blowing. Jun Xiaoyao stood there silently with a complicated look in his eyes. Ning Defa, the old man beside him, also sighed silently. Every time he came here, he felt a sense of sadness in his heart. Ning Chen and little Xian Xian also remained silent. After a while, Jun Xiaoyao came back to his senses and said, Is there another saintly being of the ancients in the Desolation Temple? Ning Defa nodded slightly and said, Yes, that lord is in the main hall in the center. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. He also had doubts in his heart. If there was another saintly being of the ancients in the Desolation Temple, would that saintly being of the ancients be willing to accept the status quo? With this question in mind, Jun Xiaoyao walked to the main hall in the center of the buildings. Just as he reached the door of the hall, a deep voice that sounded like the grinding of sand suddenly sounded. Come in! I've been waiting for you for a long time. Hearing this voice, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. He pushed the door open and entered. The entire hall was extremely empty and simple. However, it was very clean and there was no dust. Obviously, Ning Defa, Ning Chen, little Xian Xian, and the others often came to clean. Jun Xiaoyao looked over and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. In the depths of the ancient hall, a somewhat stooped figure was sitting on the ground. What surprised Jun Xiaoyao was that there was a thick chain with runes that pierced through the figure's shoulder blade. His hands and feet were also shackled. What was even more surprising was that this figure was carrying a stone tablet on his back. There were 8 big words engraved on the stone tablet, unique in the universe, dominating the heavens. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes suddenly became sharp and emitted cold electricity. These 8 words revealed a boundless and domineering fighting spirit. It was obvious that this was left behind by a dominating being of the heavens. Chapter 692. It was a desolate and dilapidated temple. A middle-aged man with an unkempt beard sat there alone. His hands and feet were shackled, and the chains went through his shoulder blades. He was also carrying a heavy ancient tablet on his back, which was engraved with the words of the Overlord body. This scene made people feel a little desolate, a little lonely, and a little sour in their hearts. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, Jun Xiaoyao would never have believed that the person in front of him was a sacred body of the ancients. However, the resonance caused by the bloodline made Jun Xiaoyao very sure. The person was a sacred body of the ancients. It was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. He was wearing old gray clothes, with an unkempt beard, cloudy eyes, and messy black hair. He looked like a middle-aged man who was drinking at a wine market. No one would have thought that he was a sacred body of the ancients. Even if the sacred body of the ancients was in decline, it still gave people the feeling that it was powerful enough to suppress the stars. The sacred body of the ancients in front of him looked like a frustrated middle-aged man in the mortal world. "Uncle, we brought you delicious food. We'll roast the chicken later." Little Xian Xian came forward with a cleaned spiritual feather chicken in her hand. The man smiled, and a touch of affection appeared in his eyes. He stroked little Xuan Xuan's little head with his big, rough hand. "Uncle, this little brother also has a sacred body of the ancients. He is very powerful and can help us." Ning Chen also looked excited. "Sir, the new sacred body is finally here." Ning Defa saluted the middle-aged man with a respectful look in his eyes. Even if the middle-aged man looked so down and out, their words were still full of respect. The middle-aged man looked at Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao also looked at the middle-aged man. Jun Xiaoyao could feel that the middle-aged man's level was not low. He was at least a Saint Lord. The Saint Lord level was nothing compared to the supreme level. However, the sacred body of the ancients was imprisoned by the world and was extremely difficult to cultivate. In recent times, even a Saint Lord level sacred body of the ancients was rare. A Saint Lord level sacred body of the ancients was already extremely powerful. The fallen sacred body that Jun Xiaoyao had previously obtained was only at the Saint Lord level. As for Jun Xiaoyao himself, he was an anomaly. He had signed in a saint physique that was born with the ability to break the shackles, so he couldn't be counted. The middle-aged man in front of him had the sacred body of the ancients at the sacred Lord level. However, Jun Xiaoyao could sense that the qi and blood in his body were deteriorating and his life force was drying up. He was extremely weak, as if he was about to reach the end of his life. The chains and the ancient steel were wearing down the man's qi and blood. "I have something to say to this little brother," the middle-aged man said in a hoarse voice. Ning Defa understood tacitly. He pulled little Xian Xian and Ning Chen's hands and said, "Let's go and roast this chicken." "Oh, roast chicken." Little Xian giggled. Ning Chen also wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. The middle-aged man's murky eyes were filled with love as he watched the siblings leave. Jun Xiaoyao then said, "It seems that you take good care of this pair of brother and sister. You even gave them your remaining essence, blood of the saintly body." The man was not surprised to hear what Jun Xiaoyao said. Instead, continuing to speak casually, he said casually, "I was thinking that even if I were to die one day, I would still leave a spark for the saintly body lineage. This pair of children were born with amazing bones. They have more saintly blood in their bodies than the other descendants of the temple guardians. They are sparks that can start a prairie fire in the future." The man's tone was calm. He did not have any resentment because of his situation. "These few drops of essence blood of the saintly body also belong to you, right?" Jun Xiaoyao took out the essence blood of the sacred body of the ancients that he had obtained from the auction. The man's expression was still calm as he nodded lightly. "Why didn't you resist?" Jun Xiaoyao asked this question. In his opinion, this saintly body was not the kind of person who would drag out an ignoble existence and was afraid of death. However, he was willing to endure the humiliation of being bound. "I am the last temple master of the sacred palace of the ancients, and also the last saintly body. My talent is limited, and I have only broken 5 shackles. At most, I can cultivate to the sacred Lord level and will not be able to advance any further. I have already let my ancestors down. I don't want to implicate the temple guardians who have sworn to follow the saintly body to death. I originally wanted to die in battle, but at a certain moment I saw that pair of siblings. It was as if I saw the sparks of hope. I want to live. Even if I have to suffer humiliation, I want to protect that village and continue the sparks. The man looked up. His eyes were still bright. He was in the darkness, but his heart was in the light. He could die. However, before he died, he wanted to see that pair of siblings grow up and continue the glory of the saintly body. At this moment, even someone as indifferent as Jun Xiaoyao could not help but be slightly shaken. He finally understood why Xiao Xianxian said that her uncle was a great hero who protected them. May I know your name, senior? Jun Xiaoyao's tone carried a touch of respect. My name is Wu Hu, the man named Wu Hu said in a hoarse voice. He was just like his name. The word protect represented protection. It was because of his protection that the saintly body lineage still had a trace of sparks. Senior Wu Hu, since I am here, I will not allow this tragedy to happen. The Desolation Temple and the Temple Guardians will not decline, Jun Xiaoyao said in a firm tone. May I know your name, little brother? Wu Hu smiled slightly, breaking away from that desolate mood. I am Jun Xiaoyao, Jun Xiaoyao said. Jun Xiaoyao, surnamed Jun. Could it be? As if he had thought of something. A touch of surprise flashed through Wu Hu's turbid eyes. Could it be that Jun? Wu Hu said in surprise. Yes, I am from the Desolation Temple, Jun Xiaoyao said. Wu Hu's body suddenly shook, and an unprecedented golden light burst out from his eyes. His silent blood seemed to have begun to boil. He looked at Jun Xiaoyao as if he was looking at a rare treasure. Wu, who naturally knew about the Desolation Temple's Jun family. It was a terrifying family that had been passed down for countless eras in the immortal realm. Even the Desolation Temple at its peak did not dare to underestimate the Jun family. The Desolation Temple did not care about ordinary immortal forces at all. However, when facing the Jun family, even the Desolation Temple had to treat them with respect and not be casual. Wu, who never expected that the current generation of the sacred body of the Desolation would come from the Jun family. With such a powerful background, it was possible that the Desolation Temple and the Temple Guardians could rise again. However, before Wu, who could show any joy, Jun Xiaoyao released his aura again. That aura caused Wu, whose expression to instantly freeze. His pupils abruptly shrank as he sensed something that he could not believe. How? How is this possible? I don't feel any suppression in your bloodline aura. Could it be? Even with Wu Hu's temperament, he could not help but tremble. Jun Xiaoyao said calmly, I am a complete sacred body of the Desolation with 10 shackles broken. Boom! Those words struck Wu Hu's mind like thunder, making his whole body tremble uncontrollably. Then he suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. His clothes were wet with tears. He was so excited that he could not suppress his emotions. What he saw in Jun Xiaoyao was the hope for the rise of the sacred body lineage. For a better reading experience, please visit the mobile version of the website. Chapter 693. Good. After so many years, the sacred body lineage has finally produced an existence that defies the heavens and breaks the shackles of heaven and earth. Wu Hu said good 3 times in a row, which showed how excited he was. It was no wonder that he, as the last sacred body, was alone and lonely. In order to protect the last spark of the sacred body lineage, he was willing to endure the shackles and humiliation. However, even the most tenacious heart would be exhausted after countless years of wear and tear. Wu, whose sacred body had lost a lot of blood essence, coupled with the stone tablet and the chains, he didn't have much time left. However, Wu Hu felt extremely lucky to be able to see Jun Xiaoyao at the last moment of his life. If the siblings Ning Qin and Ning Xian were the sparks that he had to protect, Jun Xiaoyao was like a blazing sun that shone with boundless light. Only Wu Hu, who was also a sacred body, understood how terrifying a sacred body of the ancients with 10 shackles was. Even the master of the desolate ancient temple who had fought against 3 immortal kings by himself, had only broken through 7 shackles. As a sacred body of the ancients with 10 shackles broken, Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation was not restricted at all, and the strength of his sacred body would not be suppressed. In addition, he was born in the Jun family of the Desolation, and his background was impeccable. Such an existence, with such an invincible talent and background, it was obvious that he would definitely become an invincible, sacred body that would leave his name in history. That's great. I didn't expect that after the Desolation era, the sacred body lineage would produce another complete sacred body. With you here, even if I die now, I will have no regrets. Wu Hu sighed. The biggest regret and guilt in his life was that he could not revive the Desolation Temple. But now he saw hope in Jun Xiaoyao. Senior, you don't have to say that. With me here, I will not let anything happen to you, Jun Xiaoyao said. To be honest, before Jun Xiaoyao came, he did have the idea of recruiting a sacred body of the ancients. It was something that would benefit him. Now, however, Jun Xiaoyao simply wanted to lend a hand when he saw Wu Hu. Even if Protector Wu didn't choose to join the monarch dynasty, he would still do the same. There were only a few sacred bodies of the ancients in every era. Although they had different names and were born in different clans, they were all different. However, the shared bloodline of the divine body could not be severed. By the way, the ancestors of the desolate ancient sacred hall left behind some things for the destined person of the sacred body lineage. Follow me. Guardian Wu seemed to have thought of something as he spoke. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. He followed Protector Wu into the inner hall. Although Wu Hu was shackled and his shoulder blades were pierced by the chains, he could still move around. He carried a stone tablet on his back, which was placed on his body using a special method. This thing is... Jun Xiaoyao frowned. It was set up by the tyrant body of my era. It contains special suppression symbols, Wu Hu said unconcernedly. Although he had suffered such humiliation, he was in a very good mood. Jun Xiaoyao sighed inwardly. In the inner hall, there was a statue covered in cracks. One could vaguely see that it was a handsome and heroic man. This is the ancestor of the sacred hall who dealt with the 3 immortal kings, Wu Hu muttered. Jun Xiaoyao also showed a trace of respect. Although he didn't agree with such selfless love, he still respected it. Just as Jun Xiaoyao stepped into the inner hall. In his mind, the system's mechanical voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have arrived at the desolate ancient sacred hall. Do you want to sign in? Sign in, Jun Xiaoyao said in his heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the 7-star reward, the quasi-emperor weapon, the great desolate halberd. As the system's voice fell, Jun Xiaoyao immediately felt it. A 7-foot-long halberd appeared in his spatial artifact. The entire halberd's shape was domineering and ferocious. The halberd's blade was as bright as snow, as if it had broken through the air from the primordial era. A wild aura surged and spread, bringing with it a terrifying, desolate, and destructive power. It was as if the halberd could split open the endless primordial era. The quasi-emperor weapon, the great desolate halberd. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes lit up. He didn't expect to sign in another divine weapon. Although this great desolate halberd wasn't as good as the universal Qi cauldron, it had the possibility of transforming into an immortal weapon in the future. But at the very least, it could transform into an emperor weapon. Jun Xiaoyao just happened to have no suitable weapon at the moment. Strictly speaking, the universal Qi cauldron should be a Dao proving weapon, not a killing weapon. The appearance of the great desolate halberd just happened to fill this gap. With Jun Xiaoyao's strength, he indeed didn't need to use a weapon to deal with ordinary people. But whether he used it or not was one thing, and whether he had it or not was another. For example, the 10 princes of Jinwu had gone through a lot of trouble to obtain a quasi-emperor weapon and was still refining it until now. In the end, Jun Xiaoyao had casually signed in and obtained a quasi-emperor weapon, and it even had the potential to transform into an emperor weapon. It was definitely much better than the quasi-emperor weapon that the 10 princes of Jinwu had obtained. What's wrong? Seeing Jun Xiaoyao in a daze, Guardian Wu asked. Nothing. Jun Xiaoyao came back to his senses. He had another major trump card. Next, Guardian Wu came to the statue and pushed it away. Rumble. Below the statue, a sealed mechanism appeared. There was a groove in the middle. Guardian Wu said, "Drip a drop of blood in it. If the destined person is really you, the secret place of the sacred palace will open." Jun Xiaoyao didn't hesitate and stepped forward to drip a drop of blood in it. In an instant, a golden light shone. The entire ground cracked open, and a tunnel appeared. It's true. Guardian Wu took a deep breath. Although he had already guessed it, he still heaved a sigh of relief after confirming it. This was because the desolate ancient sacred palace had always had a decree that when the destined person arrived, the sacred physique lineage would once again regain its glory. Jun Xiaoyao and Guardian Wu entered. There was a huge space below, and a powerful sacred physique fluctuation spread out. Jun Xiaoyao and Guardian Wu both sensed the fluctuation. Finally, they entered an underground space. Jun Xiaoyao looked around and his eyes flashed. A blood pool was in the middle. It wasn't big, only about 6 feet in diameter. However, it contained the essence of the sacred physique of the desolate ancient. The pool of essence of the sacred physique was as red as agate, and it emitted an extremely powerful bloodline fluctuation. As the blood chi rose, it condensed into blood kirans, blood dragons, blood phoenixes, and other magical scenes. This is... Even Jun Xiaoyao was a little surprised. This is the essence of the sacred physique, left behind by the past sacred palace lords and the sacred physique. Guardian Wu's voice trembled slightly. Did those sacred palace lords already foresee the decline of the desolate ancient sacred palace? Was that why they left the essence of the sacred physique behind to keep the sacred physique lineage alive? Jun Xiaoyao also saw a herb growing beside the blood pool. Its leaves were like blood-red dragons, swallowing the essence of qi and blood. There were also visions of qi and blood turning into dragons around it. It's the immortal true dragon elixir, Jun Xiaoyao said. Even among the immortal elixirs, the immortal true dragon elixir was the best, and its effect was incredible. In addition, there was a dark golden armor that looked like the body of a fiend god, and it carried an emperor's aura. It's the imperial weapon of the desolate ancient sacred palace, the desolate god armor. Guardian Wu's eyes lit up. The imperial weapon of the desolate ancient sacred palace, the desolate god armor, had been lost in a certain era. At that time, Guardian Wu was still wondering how the imperial weapon of the desolate ancient sacred palace could be lost. Now, it seemed that the former sacred palace lord had foreseen that the desolate ancient sacred palace might be defeated. Therefore, he hid the imperial weapon in the sacred palace in advance, waiting for the destined one to come and let it see the light of day again. Otherwise, the declining, desolate, ancient sacred palace would never be able to keep this imperial weapon, and it would be taken away by other forces. In addition, Jun Xiaoyao also saw some old bookshelves with some books on them. He immediately flipped through some of them and was surprised to find that the books recorded some cultivation methods of the sacred body of the ancients. There were even experiences on how to awaken the sacred body vision. These must be the cultivation manuals left behind by the past sacred palace lords and the other sacred bodies. Guardian Wu was also amazed after flipping through them. He would never have thought that there were so many things hidden in the sacred palace's secret palace. Jun Xiaoyao also sighed. The past sacred palace lords and the other sacred bodies really put in a lot of effort for the rise of the sacred body lineage. The blood essence of the past sacred bodies, the immortal true dragon elixir, the imperial weapon, the desolate god armor, and the sacred body cultivation manuals. There was no doubt that these things were all prepared for the rise of the sacred body lineage. Moreover, all of them were given to the destined one, which was Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao, these are all yours. You are the only sacred body in the late ancient era to have broken 10 shackles. You are the hope of the sacred body lineage. Guardian Wu's tone was solemn as he saluted Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were also burning with fire. He could not imagine how much he would grow if he digested these opportunities. This was definitely one of the greatest opportunities that Jun Xiaoyao had received since he started walking the ancient road. For a better reading experience, please visit the mobile version of the website /book/5975/ Chapter 694. Previously, Jun Xiaoyao had a vague premonition that he would definitely gain a lot in the Desolation Temple. Therefore, he forcibly suppressed the progress of his breakthrough. Now it seemed that this was indeed the best choice. If Jun Xiaoyao had chosen to break through before, then now, even if he digested these opportunities, the room for improvement would be very limited. It was equivalent to a waste. But now, Jun Xiaoyao could break through and cultivate without any scruples. Senior Wu, you can also use the opportunities here, Jun Xiaoyao said. He could feel that Wu Hu's saint physique was extremely lacking in blood essence. It was likely that the Tsang family had taken a lot of blood essence from him before. It was like raising livestock for blood. This made Jun Xiaoyao's eyes incomparably cold, and his heart was extremely cold toward the Tsang family. No need, these all belong to you. You are a complete saint physique with 10 shackles broken. In the future, you are destined to become a true complete saint physique. Compared to that, what am I? Wu Hu shook his head and declined Jun Xiaoyao's kindness. Looking at the stubbornness in Wu Hu's eyes, Jun Xiaoyao also sighed and understood. If he didn't use these opportunities first, Wu Hu would never touch them. However, Jun Xiaoyao seemed to have thought of something, and a light flashed in his eyes. He didn't know if his saint physique with 10 shackles broken could help Senior Wu Hu. My cultivation is not high enough, and my saint physique's blood essence is not condensed enough. I will make plans after I cultivate and break through. Jun Xiaoyao already had an idea in his heart. Wu Hu said, "Before you came to the Desolation Temple, you have already released your aura once. I am afraid that you will alarm the Tsang family. But don't worry, you just need to cultivate. With your Jun family's background, the Tsang family will also be a little afraid. I will definitely make the Tsang family pay the price." Jun Xiaoyao's tone was indifferent and murderous. "Don't worry, I will protect you during this period of time. My only wish is for you to take good care of the clan of the Guardians, and take good care of that pair of brother and sister," said Guardian Wu. From his tone, it seemed that he was already determined to die. Jun Xiaoyao did not say anything. Once he was successful in his cultivation, he would naturally help Wu Hu and the people of the great desolate village. After that, Protector Wu left to stand guard outside the palace. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, began to cultivate in the sanctum. He sat cross-legged in the middle of the blood pool. The entire pool of blood began to boil, and blood aura began to rise. There was a blood Kirin, a blood dragon, a blood phoenix, and many other creatures flying around Jun Xiaoyao. Vaguely, there were many ancient and blurry figures that were incomparably powerful. Jun Xiaoyao murmured to himself, "These are the ancestors who have dripped their saintly body blood essence into the blood pool." He sensed an indestructible inheritance and faith. It was the supreme belief of the sacred body of the ancients. Even if the 10 shackles of the heavens came down to restrain him, the saintly physique branch was still unyielding and unyielding. The saintly physique branch does not believe in heaven or earth. They open the sky with their palms and crush the earth with their feet. In the universe, the ancients reign supreme. In the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the saintly physique is invincible. Jun Xiaoyao murmured to himself, and a vast wave of energy swept out. The rich, saintly body blood essence seemed to have turned into a blood dragon and directly surged into Jun Xiaoyao's body. While absorbing the saintly body blood essence, Jun Xiaoyao also took out some of the predecessor's letters to read. Different constitutions had different trump cards and cultivation methods. For example, the hegemonic body of the heavens had 9 divine forms. When cultivated, it could be said to be invincible. The sacred body of the ancients had 6 saintly physique visions. When used at the same time, it could form 6 reincarnations and defeat all enemies. Before, Jun Xiaoyao was just crossing the river by feeling the stones. He had the pilgrimage of 10,000 saints and the celestial king descending to the 9 heavens. Now, with these predecessors' letters, Jun Xiaoyao believed that with his talent, it would not be difficult for him to comprehend new saintly physique visions. I wonder what level my powers will reach after this round of training. Jun Xiaoyao was very curious about it himself. Up until now, there was no one who could threaten him on the ancient road of the ultimate path. There were only a few who were qualified to be his opponents. Up until now, only the supreme outlawed sky prides in the depths of the ancient road of the ultimate path could barely catch his attention. However, after this cultivation, Jun Xiaoyao had a hunch. Even those supreme outlawed sky prides would become insignificant in his eyes. Descendants of immortal orthodoxies, mysterious outlawed sky prides of the human immortal sect, 9 transformations celestial silkworm, saints of the sacred sect, immortal bandit. All of these people were only worthy of looking at his back. Next, Jun Xiaoyao immersed himself in cultivation. As for Wu Hu, he made a decision. He asked Elder Ning Defa to move the people of the great wilderness village to the shrine of the ancients. This was because he was afraid that if the Tsang family arrived, they would use the great wilderness village as a hostage. "Uncle, where is little brother? Is the roast chicken ready?" Little Xian Xian opened her eyes wide and asked innocently. "Xianer, don't ask." Elder Ning Defa interrupted. His old face was solemn as he vaguely sensed something. Perhaps there would be a huge turning point in the future. However, Elder Ning Defa was not afraid of the unknown. This was because he was tired of the humiliation and tolerance. Jun Xiaoyao's arrival might really change everything. The atmosphere of the entire desolate star seemed to have changed. On the other hand, the Conquer Star Tsang family was making a move. After all, the aura that Jun Xiaoyao released earlier had alerted many powerful beings in the Tsang family. At this moment, in the Tsang family, a powerful figure with a supreme aura murmured coldly, "The Shrine of the Ancients, the declining sacred physique clan, what can you do now? Previously, I spared your lives to let the Tsang family's descendants know how lowly the sacred physique clan is. But now it doesn't matter." As soon as the words left his mouth, the Tsang family paragon stretched out his hand. The void was torn apart. A huge hand of laws, filled with the might of a supreme, broke through the layers of space and pressed down on the desolate star. This palm might not be able to destroy the entire desolate star. At the very least, it could bury the great wilderness village and the shrine of the ancients together. At this moment, in the depths of the universe, another huge hand covered in runes of laws appeared and blocked the hand of the Tsang family paragon. Enforcers? The Tsang family paragon frowned and looked through the layers of the void. He saw that the person who had intervened was the executor of the ancient road to Aubergine. Paragons are not allowed to interfere in the battle of the ancient road. To Aubergine's divine will spread out. The Tsang family paragon's face darkened slightly. He did not expect the executor of the ancient road to interfere. For a moment, the commotion in the Tsang family calmed down. However, it was obvious that this peace would not last for long. Above the ancient city, deep in the void, clad in golden armor, Aubergine stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking at the desolate star with a hint of admiration in his eyes. As expected of the Son of God, he actually gained the approval of the sacred physique. I'm also curious to see how far the Son of God will go. For a better reading experience, please visit the mobile version of the website. book/5975/. Chapter 695. The news that Jun Xiaoyao had arrived at the 70th level of the ancient road was no secret, and the news quickly spread. The supreme energy waves that had been emitted from the void of the universe had also attracted the attention of some powerful cultivators. Many people had also noticed the commotion in the Tsong family of the Conqueror Star. The geniuses at the 70th level of the ancient road all understood that the Conqueror Star and the Desolate Star would not be peaceful from now on. Some people were even curious about whether the invincible tyrant body would come and fight the son of God of the Jun family. Because of all these things, many geniuses began to rush to the 70th level of the ancient road. They were all looking forward to the battle between the tyrant body and the sacred body. In the past, the odds of winning the battle between the sacred body and the tyrant body were 20 to 80. If there were 10 battles, the sacred body could only win twice, while the tyrant body could win 8 times. Of course, this was mainly because the shackles from heaven had limited the strength of the sacred body of the ancients. In this era, the battle between the sacred body and the tyrant body should not have been too much of a surprise. However, there was an anomaly in this generation of the sacred body. It was Jun Xiaoyao. As an anomaly, Jun Xiaoyao had always maintained the record of being invincible among his peers. His cultivation speed was also very fast, and it seemed that there were no limits to his cultivation. Many were also guessing how many shackles of the saint physique Jun Xiaoyao had broken. I think he has broken at least 3 or 4 shackles. It's more than that. The son of God of the Jun family has not had any bottlenecks in his cultivation until now. He should have broken at least 5 shackles. Tisk tsk. Only the Jun family could provide resources to the Son of God from a young age to help him break through. Many people were talking about it. However, they all misunderstood. They thought that Jun Xiaoyao was able to break the shackles because of the help of the Jun family. Little did they know that Jun Xiaoyao had signed in the complete sacred body of the ancients when he was born. As the news spread, more and more geniuses came to the 70th level of the ancient road. There was no lack of powerful geniuses whose names shook the ancient road. Someone saw a jade boat crossing the void and coming over. A beautiful girl with a fluttering skirt was standing on top of it. The young girl's oval face was as white as jade, and her black hair was combed into 2 buns. Her beautiful eyes were full of spirit. The most surprising thing was her cultivation level. She was in the late-stage sage realm, which was no weaker than the outlawed sky prides. Who is that young lady? She has such strength. Yet she doesn't seem to have much of a reputation. Some of the geniuses asked in bewilderment. You don't know? She's the princess of Empress Hua's immortal lineage, one of Ling Yan's personal maids. Her name is Sakura. What? This girl is just a maid? Many sky prides were astonished. The girl whose cultivation base had reached the late-stage sage realm and was comparable to an outlawed sky pride was only a maid. Just how strong was the princess of Empress Hua's lineage? As expected of the unparalleled Xianting, the strong will always be strong. Even though they once collapsed, the 9 great immortal inheritances are still incomparably powerful. Many people sighed. Each of the 9 great immortal inheritances of the Xianting was more powerful than the average immortal faction. Other than the Jun family and a few other ancient factions, there were not many who dared to compete with the Xianting. The maid named Sakura stood on the deck of the jade boat. Although she was just a maid, she was the maid of Empress Ling Yan. Her status was higher than many immortal descendants, saints and saintesses. The battle between the Holy Physique and the Overlord Physique is indeed interesting. But to be honest, this is the first time I've seen Her Highness pay so much attention to a man. I wonder if his performance will disappoint Her Highness? Sakura smiled faintly. She knew that the Jun family and the Xianting were rivals. She even knew that Empress Ling Yan was one of the 7 defiant sovereigns. However, Ling Yan had yet to merge with the Emperor's seal of Tao validation. She did not want to be used as a pawn of the heavenly axiom. Ru Ying also wants to see exactly what kind of peerless grace this strange man whose name has spread throughout the ancient road and who has competed with the heavens has. With curiosity in her heart, Sakura descended on the ancient city on the 70th level. Not only the Xian Ting, but other factions also sent some spies. They even included factions that had conflicts with Jun Xiaoyao, such as the Celestial Silkworm Valley, the Holy Spirit Island, and the Qin family of the Primordial. In the void, a young man in a luxurious golden robe with a domineering aura descended on the ancient city. That's Shang Xuani, one of the 8 saints of the Holy Church. Some people widened their eyes. Shang Xuani was ranked 3rd among the 8 saints of the Holy Church. He was second only to Sheng Tiani and Sheng Tiani. His strength was far stronger than Sheng Tiani and Sheng Zhouyi. Jun Xiaoyao, 4 of the 8 saints of the Holy Church died because of you. Do you really have 3 heads and 6 arms? Shang Xuani's voice was indifferent. His entire body was shrouded in divine light, and he carried a sacred and inviolable aura. He came to the 70th level of the ancient road to see how powerful the Son of God of the Jun family, who had killed half of the saints of the Holy Church, was. One after another, the geniuses descended on the 70th level of the ancient city. Many of them were numb to the sight. At the same time, another peerless figure arrived through the dust. She was sitting cross-legged on a green lotus. She was dressed in green, and her hair was sparkling and fluttering in the wind. Her entire body was shrouded in divine light. She wore a veil on her hazy face, revealing only a pair of clear eyes that sparkled like diamonds. She had an otherworldly aura. She was like a snow lotus on the heavenly mountain, untainted by dust and aloof from the world. If Jun Xiaoyao was here, he would definitely recognize this woman. She was Ji Qingyi. Ji Qingyi was wise and thoughtful. Even Jun Xiaoyao had once commented that she hid her strength well and was not as simple as she seemed. At that moment, Ji Qingyi appeared again and arrived at the 70th level of the ancient road. What an otherworldly aura. It's Fairy Qingyi from the Ren celestial sect. Ji Qingyi was also very popular on the ancient road. She was on par with Princess Lingyan and Jiang Xingyi. She was one of the goddesses on the ancient road. Not only was she beautiful and powerful, but she also had the support of the Rin celestial sect and the Ji family, 2 immortal forces. At the same time, she was also connected to the successor of the mysterious taboo of the Rin celestial sect. She was his assistant. Many people were indignant. They thought that with Ji Qingyi's status, there was no need for her to help the successor of the Rin celestial sect. Some people also said that the successor of the Rin celestial sect was extremely powerful. He would definitely be able to reach the end of the ancient road and become one of the trendsetters in the era of great battles. Jun Xiaoyao, long time no see. I wonder where you are now. I'm curious, Ji Qingyi mumbled to herself. She was considered Jun Xiaoyao's old acquaintance in the Huangtian mystic realm. Although they weren't very close, they still knew each other. The heaven-defying successor of my sect has reached an unbelievable level. Even his divine qi is about to reach the limit of 9. I wonder what will happen if the 2 of you meet. Ji Qingyi's eyes were deep as she pondered. The mysterious successor of the Rin celestial sect had the Rin celestial body. It could be said that he had the best physique for cultivating divine qi. He might even break the limit of 9 and cultivate 10 strands of divine qi, reaching a whole new level. When that happened, Ji Qingyi couldn't think of anyone in the younger generation who could defeat him. Perhaps not even Jun Xiaoyao could. Princess Lingyan's maid, the son of the Rin celestial sect, Ji Qingyi, and people from other forces were all gathered in the ancient city, waiting for the battle to begin. In a corner of the ancient city, an ordinary-looking young man was casually strolling around with a blade of grass in his mouth. No one would look at him. However, such an ordinary-looking man was mumbling. Jun Xiaoyao and Jiang Xingyi are really a couple. They killed almost all of the 13 bandits. Tan Lang and Pajuan sent me to find out about Jun Xiaoyao's situation. Aren't they pushing me into a fire pit? The ordinary-looking man shook his head and disappeared in a flash. Chapter 696. The Ancient Roads, 70 Cities Gathered. Outlawed sky prides and immortal successors that were rarely seen were now appearing one after another. Many cultivators were already numb to it. These top-notch sky prides looked at the Conqueror Star and the Desolate Star curiously. They were waiting for an exciting battle. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, a few months had passed. Many sky prides were confused. They did not expect the situation to remain the same after a few months. What's going on? Why is there no movement from the Conqueror Star's Song family? I don't know. Could it have something to do with the honorable energy wave that came from the depths of the universe a few months ago? Some cultivators were whispering to each other and guessing. Naturally, they did not know why the Tsang family did not make a move. It was because the enforcer Tuobajan had stopped the Tsang family's honorable from making a move. This caused the Tsang family to be temporarily suppressed for a few months. However, after a few months, the Tsang family could not hold back anymore. They knew that Jun Xiaoyao had come, and that Jun Xiaoyao had contacted the great wilderness village and the sage constitution of the Desolation Temple. They could not allow any changes to happen. In the Tsang family's main hall, a purple-haired man with a strong physique and intimidating eyes could be seen. His pupils were like two large purple stars rotating. His entire body was filled with a domineering aura. He was the Tsang family's outlawed sky pride, Tsang Yuan. He was also the Overlord's follower. Elders, why don't we go to the Desolate Star and destroy the great wilderness village and the Desolation Temple? Tsang Yuan's tone was cold and somewhat puzzled. Many Tsang family elders were in the main hall. One of them said, the patriarch had made a move before, but he was stopped by the enforcer of the ancient road. That enforcer probably has a close relationship with the Jun family's son of God. So what? If that's the case, we won't let the patriarch and other top-notch powerhouses make a move. If we make a move, do you think the enforcer will stop us? Tsang Yuan said. The Tsang family elders present were also a little moved. If the Tsang family's patriarch could not make a move, they should be able to make a move. The enforcer should not lower himself to stop Tsang Yuan and the others. Next, the Tsang family began to make a move. They mobilized a team of 10,000 people. They were preparing to completely annihilate the great wilderness village and the desolate ancient sacred palace. Previously, Jun Xiaoyao had not come, so they could let the great wilderness village exist, and when they had nothing to do, they could even humiliate it. But now that Jun Xiaoyao was here, things were different. With Jun Xiaoyao's status and background, it was not impossible for him to support the desolate ancient temple and the great wilderness village. The 10,000 people of the Tsang family gathered together in a grandiose manner. In addition to this 10,000-man troop, over 100 young disciples of the Tsang family, led by Tsang Yuan, also set off with the army. They saw this as a trial and a massacre, and their hands were stained with the blood of the palace guardians. It was just like how the dominating body of the heavens and the sacred body of the ancients were mortal enemies. The Tsang family and the lineage of the guardians were also fated enemies. Apart from that, there were also several elders from the Tsang family. Their strength was between the Saint King stage and the Great Saint stage. Of course, the stronger elders were not sent out because they were afraid of being obstructed by Tuobajan again. The entire Tyrant Star was in turmoil. Meanwhile, in the ancient Starry Sky City, many sky prides had also sensed the fluctuations. Look, there's movement on the Tyrant Star. Oh my God, it's an army. That's the outlawed sky pride of the Tsang family, Tsang Yuan. I heard that he's a follower of the dominating body and is extremely powerful. There are also some sage kings and great sage elders from the Tsang family. Are they going to deal with the son of God of the Jun family? Why do I feel like they're going to annihilate the entire family? The entire ancient city was in an uproar. Many sky prides could not hold back and immediately crossed the void to head to the desolate star to witness the great battle. Interesting, let's go take a look. Princess Lingyan's maid Sakura turned her beautiful eyes and steered the jade boat away. I finally get to see you again. I wonder if you're still the same as before, able to easily create impossible miracles. Chingy muttered to herself as she sat cross-legged on the green lotus and crossed the void. There were also people from Shangxuani, the Seven Slaughter Bandits, the Celestial Silkworm Valley, the Holy Spirit Island, the Qin family of ancients, and other forces. Deep in the void of the ancient city, Tuoba, who was sitting cross-legged on a planet, saw the mighty army leaving the tyrant star. He frowned slightly, then relaxed. With the Son of God's ability, he should be able to handle it. If not, I'll intervene. Tuoba muttered to himself, just as the Tsong family's army was heading towards the desolate star. On the desolate star at the ancient's temple, Wu Hu, who had been sitting cross-legged in the main hall, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were like lightning, and it was very intimidating. They're finally here. They're a few months later than I thought. Wu Hu walked out of the hall and looked up at the sky. My lord! There were almost 1,000 people densely packed around him. They were all villagers who had been transferred from the great wilderness village. Uncle, what happened? Little Xian went up and tugged at Wu Hu's clothes and asked confusedly. Nothing. Later, all of you will enter the hall. Lord Wu Hu, are they here? Ning Defa seemed to have thought of something and asked with a worried expression. Don't worry. I won't let anything happen to you. And Jun Xiaoyao, Wu Hu said calmly. Uncle, I want to go with you. Ning Chen was like a little tiger, clenching his fists and looking determined. Wu Hu saw this and rubbed Ning Chen's head. Let's talk about it when you grow up. Although you are sparks now, you should know. A single spark can start a prairie fire. Wu Hu's words made people feel as if he was making arrangements for his death. Even Ning Chen and little Xian vaguely felt that something was wrong. Uncle, will something happen to you? Ning Chen asked. I'm fine. My sacred body is the backbone of heaven and earth. No one can bend it. At this moment, there was a roar in the sky above the desolate star. It was like rolling thunder, mighty and mighty. On the desolate star, many cultivators in the cities were startled and looked up at the sky, seeing the long line of people that was like a black dragon. All the cultivators were shocked beyond words. That's the team of the Tsong family. Someone could not help but exclaim, What's going on? Why did the Tsong family send an army to the desolate star? Look at the direction they're heading. They should be heading to the forbidden area of the great wilderness village. I know. I heard that a cultivator from outside the desolate star killed some members of the Tsong family. Could it be because of this? The entire desolate star was in an uproar. Countless people went to the great wilderness village and the desolate ancient sacred palace to find out what was going on. All in all, the indigenous cultivators on the desolate star and the elites of the ancient road in the ancient city of the starry sky all gathered to witness the upcoming battle. This battle was bound to be soul-stirring and tragic. For a better reading experience, please visit the mobile website /book/5975/ Chapter 697. Banners fluttered in the wind, and a murderous aura filled the air. The 10,000-strong army of the Tsong family was like a black dragon crossing the sky of the desolate star. Among them, there were hundreds of young geniuses of the Tsong family, as well as saint kings and supreme saints. This force was nothing to an immortal force. However, it was undoubtedly a destructive force to the great wilderness village and the desolate temple, which were now in decline. On the desolate temple's side, Wu Hu looked up at the sky and saw the 10,000-strong army. His turbid eyes were calm and indifferent. There was no fear, no fear. Perhaps the word fear did not exist in the dictionary of the sacred body of the desolate. That's the Tsong family. The other villagers of the great, desolate mountains also noticed the mighty army that was descending from the sky. Their fighting spirit was like a prairie fire, and their murderous intent filled the sky. What's going on? Is the Tsang family going to have a final battle? Is he really going to destroy the great wilderness village? Some villagers of the great wilderness clenched their fists, and their eyes showed that they were cornered. They had already reached this point, but the Tsang family was still unwilling to let them go. "All of you retreat behind me," Wu Hu shouted. Nearly 1,000 villagers involuntarily retreated to the desolate temple. The north wind whistled, and the yellow sand was fierce. Wu Hu stood alone in front of the desolate temple. He looked ordinary, with a stubble and messy black hair. He wore a simple and shabby gray robe. He looked like a middle-aged ascetic cultivator in the mortal world who had failed to achieve his goals. His hands and feet were shackled, and his shoulder blades were pierced by chains. On his back was a stone tablet set up by his old enemy to humiliate him. It could be said that if they did not know Wu Hu's identity, no one would think that he was a sacred body. "I am the shame of the sacred body lineage. Now let me shine for the last time," Wu Hu murmured to himself. On the other side, the Tsang family's army had finally arrived. The 10,000-strong army stood in the sky like celestial soldiers. On the side of the desolate ancient temple, only Wu Hu stood alone like a monument. "Loser, where is Jun Xiaoyao?" An elder in the Tsang family's army asked coldly. He was the 5th elder of the Tsang clan, a great saint stage expert. He didn't address him as Wu Hu, but as a loser. Protector Wu remained silent. "Hee, you're just a defeated opponent of the overlord body. How dare you show such an attitude?" Tsang family's 6th elder sneered. "Today, I will no longer endure retreat or fight," Wu Hu said coldly. At this point, there was no room for negotiation. Previously, Wu Hu had held back for the sake of the great, desolate village, and for the sake of Ningqian and his younger sister. But now, with Jun Xiaoyao around, the divine physique would not decline. There was no need for him to endure any longer. "You've become unyielding. Aren't you afraid that we'll slaughter these villagers?" The Tsang family's 5th elder sneered. "Loser, if you step aside now and let us enter the desolate, ancient, sacred palace to investigate, my Tsang family can still spare your dog lives." The Tsang family's 6th elder said casually. Wu Hu's eyes flashed with cold lightning, his killing intent piercing to the bone. With a wave of his hand, a horizontal line streaked across the front of the desolate ancient temple. "Those who step over this line will die." The word "die" stirred up the wind and clouds, and the world changed color. The killing intent was like a cold wind, piercing into the bone marrow. "How dare a loser threaten us like this? Kill him." The Tsang family's 5th elder no longer hesitated. With a wave of his hand, the Tsang family's army of 10,000 shouted in unison. Their voices shook the world. The great battle began. The densely packed figures rushed towards Wu Hu alone. Among this army of 10,000 people, the weakest was at the Heaven God realm. There were many Tao God realm and quasi-sage realm cultivators. Individually, they might not be very strong, but when 10,000 people attacked together, that kind of destructive power was enough to shake the world. Even a great sage would feel their scalp tingle. Wu Hu also attacked, but because he was wearing chains, his range of movement was only around the desolate, ancient, sacred palace. He punched out, and his mighty vitality surged, turning into a golden dragon that shot out. Pucci! Blood splattered, and the sound of bones breaking sounded. Hundreds of Tsang family soldiers directly exploded, turning into blood dregs. This battle strength made some people's eyelids twitch. "Damn it, this sacred body is really strange. We took so much of its blood essence, but it's still so lively," the Tsang family's 6th elder muttered. "It's fine. It's just a desperate fight. Don't forget that we brought that thing. The Tsang family's fifth elder did not care at all. As far as he was concerned, this was nothing more than a playful massacre. Even now, there were still countless cultivators watching from afar. Looking around, thousands of cultivators from the desolate star had gathered to watch the battle from afar. There were also the ancient road's prodigies from the ancient road, such as Ji Qingyi, Shengshuani, Sakura, and the others who had come to watch. Is that also a sacred body? But why does it feel a little miserable? Sakura's beautiful eyes narrowed, and she was a little surprised. In her opinion, even if the sacred body lineage had declined, it should not have fallen to such a state, right? Jun Xiaoyao, where are you? Ji Qingyi's clear eyes fluttered, but she did not see Jun Xiaoyao's figure. It was reasonable to say that Jun Xiaoyao, who was also a sacred body of the ancients, would not turn a blind eye to it. This also made the other ancient road's prodigies puzzled. Why is the Jun family's son of God not here? If he was here, the situation would not be like this. Is he scared? That's impossible. Everyone knows how domineering the Jun family's son of God is. He is not afraid of the Tsang family. Then why is he not here now? Maybe there's something going on. Many ancient roads' prodigies were discussing. On the other side, the Tsang family soldiers had learned their lesson. Wu, who could only move within the range of the sacred palace of the ancients. Even if he used his skills, the range would not be too big. All they had to do was to release their divine abilities from the periphery and exhaust his strength. This method was not very glamorous, but it was very practical. As time passed, Wu Hu's vigorous qi and blood began to weaken. He did not have much qi and blood to begin with. Most of the sacred body's blood essence in his body had been taken by the Tsang family. The remaining half was also subtly integrated into Ning Qin and little Xuanxuan's bodies. It could be said that Wu Hu was now squeezing every drop of sacred body's blood essence in his body to exert his remaining strength. There's no need to delay. Let's use that move, the Tsang family's sixth elder said. The Tsang family's fifth elder nodded slightly. He took out a talisman stone and then poured his magic power into it. In an instant, the stone tablet attached to Wu Hu's back shook violently. The words, "unique in the universe, dominating the heavens," on it released a dazzling brilliance. A terrifying suppressive force and gravity came crashing down in an instant. Uft! Almost instantly, Wu Hu spat out a mouthful of blood and half knelt on the ground. Lord Wu Hu! In the sacred palace, Ning Chen, little Xian Xian, Ning Defa, and the villagers of the great wilderness all exclaimed, "Kill!" The Tsang family's fifth elder waved his hand. A group of great saints and sage kings of the Tsang family's elders all attacked. They wanted to kill this sad, sacred body of the last generation. For a better reading experience, please visit the mobile version of the website. Chapter 698. There was no doubt that the sacred body of the ancients was powerful. As a saint lord who had broken through 5 shackles, Wu Hu was definitely not weak. However, he was already suppressed by the stone tablet and chains. These stone steels and chains were constantly whittling away at his blood and qi energy. The Tsang family also often took the sacred body essence, blood, from his body. The remaining sacred body essence blood was also fused into Ning Qin and Xiao Xuanxuan's bodies. This caused Wu Hu's strength to drop to the lowest point. With the stone tablet suppressing him, he couldn't use his sacred body of the ancients and Saint Lord strength at all. At this moment, he was being suppressed by the Tsang family's fifth elder. Wu Hu was caught off guard and spat out a mouthful of blood. "You!" Wu Hu's eyes were golden and shot out golden lightning. There was a fierce, fighting spirit in his eyes. "Kneel!" Seeing this, the Tsang family's fifth elder continued to activate the talisman stone. He wanted Wu Hu to kneel on the ground. At this moment, Wu Hu was half kneeling on the ground with his palms supporting him. His golden eyes were dyed with traces of blood. On his back, the words engraved on the stone steel emitted an incomparable divine glow. At the same time, a fierce and domineering aura surged out. This stone tablet was made of thousands of tons of black stone and was as heavy as Mount Tai. An ordinary saint would be crushed into a bloody pulp if he carried it. However, Wu carried the stone tablet on his back for a long time. This was also the tyrant body's humiliation to him. Now the Tsang family's fifth elder was activating the stone tablet with the talisman stone. The stone tablet's weight increased by more than 10 times. With Wu's declining sacred body, it was naturally difficult for him to resist. He spat out another mouthful of blood. The qi and blood in his body were extremely weak. However, he still didn't kneel. The sacred body's lineage is really a stone in a latrine pit. It's smelly and hard. The Tsang family's fifth elder sneered. All of you attack. Today is the end of the sacred body. The Tsang family's sixth elder waved his hand and said. The Tsang family's soldiers attacked again. Numerous magical powers were cast and gathered into a vast wave of magic power that surged directly toward Wu, and the sacred palace of the ancients. Come at me. Wu opened his arms, and his qi and blood exploded, turning into a golden red light screen. He was like a sturdy barrier that blocked the tide of magic power, preventing it from affecting the desolate ancient temple and the villagers within. Pucci! Wu was knocked back and spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, his body was filled with cracks and bloody wounds. Fresh blood flowed out and dyed Wu's body red. Uncle! Ning Chen and little Xian shouted and were about to rush out, but they were stopped by Ning Defa. This white-haired old man's eyes were also bloodshot at this moment. Don't go. Sir doesn't want you to go. Ning Defa's voice was trembling. The two of them were the hope left behind by Wu. Nothing must happen to them. You son of a bitch. Ning Chen's eyes were red, revealing unprecedented hatred. Little Xian was crying very sadly, and her tears kept falling. After all, she was only a 7 or 8-year-old girl. The rest of the villagers clenched their fists so tightly that their nails dug into their palms, causing blood to drip down. Outside, the people of the Tsang family kept attacking. Wu was like an old lion, fighting back with all his might. The people of the Tsang family could not take a step forward. Are you really so stubborn? If you surrender now, we can spare your life, the fifth elder of the Tsang family said indifferently. Wu raised his head, and a stubborn sneer appeared on his ordinary face that was covered in blood. I'm tough, and I can't learn to bend. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu suddenly roared into the sky. The last of the Saint Physique's blood essence in his body began to burn. Golden qi and blood shot into the sky like a golden dragon. This aura made everyone's hair stand on end. Damn it, suppress! The fifth elder of the Tsang family continued to activate the talisman stone. The stone tablet burst out with an unprecedented, dazzling brilliance. Vaguely, a domineering phantom appeared, trying to suppress Wu. Wu's body was covered in blood as he squeezed out the potential of his body, and the power of his saint physique erupted. Previously, because of the Ning siblings and the great wilderness village, he had to endure and survive. But now, with Jun Xiaoyao around, he was at ease and had nothing to worry about. Therefore, at this moment, he could completely release his potential without any scruples. Ancient, desolate heaven slashing technique. Wu roared like a thunderclap, and a terrifying golden divine light slashed out like a heavenly blade. Crack! Cracks began to appear on the stone tablet. The chains that bound him also began to creak, unable to bear the burden. Finally, there was a loud bang. The stone tablet on Wu, whose back was covered in dense cracks, and then it shattered with a loud bang. The words unrivaled in the universe, and dominating the heavens also turned into dust. The chains that bound him also shattered at the same time. This scene shocked everyone in the Tsang family. How is this possible? The eyes of the fifth and sixth elders of the Tsang family widened, and they were somewhat in disbelief. This was a stone tablet set up by the Overlord Body Ancestor, and Wu, who was actually able to break it. It doesn't matter. He has already pushed himself to the limit and reached the end of his life. Let's attack together. The fifth elder of the Tsang family shouted sternly. He also stopped watching the battle and directly attacked. The strength of the great sage realm erupted, and he executed his divine ability to suppress and kill. The other 10 or so elders of the Tsang family attacked at the same time. Tsang Yuan and the other younger generation attacked together. The Tsang family army of 10,000 people also executed their divine abilities, forming a torrent of magic power. Endless divine abilities and magic power covered the sky and earth, and swept towards Wu Hu, who was at his limit. It could be said that Wu Hu, who had reached his limit at this moment, could not withstand it. However, there was no trace of fear in his eyes. His eyes were calm. Blood stains the yellow sand. The wind reflects the crimson sky. Life is but a battle. Wu Hu smiled. This was a rare smile for him after so many years. It was a relaxed smile. In order to protect Jun Xiaoyao, the Ning siblings, and the villagers of the Great Wilderness, he had died. He had no regrets. F***CK, I'm going to fight it out with the Tsang family. That's right, it's just a scar the size of a bowl. After 100 years of reincarnation, you'll be a hero again. Let's attack together. There are no cowards in the lineage of the temple guardians. Seeing Wu Hu's situation, the villagers of the Great Wilderness who were hiding in the temple could not stand it anymore. They could not bear to hide behind Wu Hu like cowards. Nearly 1,000 villagers of the Great Wilderness rushed out with red eyes. Their blood was completely stimulated. Although their cultivation was not high, their fighting spirit at this moment shook the heavens and earth. Little Xin, you too stay here. Remember, don't go out. Your spark and hope. Ning Defa solemnly warned the two of them. Ning Chen held little Xuan's hand with tears in his eyes. He knew that now was not the time to be swayed by emotions. These old bones of mine have lived long enough. Ning Defa's old turbid eyes revealed an unprecedented light. He seemed to have seen the glory of the lineage of the temple guardians again. They followed the predecessor Saint Physique and fought against the heavens and earth. No one could stop their footsteps. At this moment, Ning Defa's hunched back straightened. It was as if he had returned to the prime of his life. Old Ning Defa also rushed into the blood-stained battlefield. Chapter 699. You all! Wu Hu was stunned when he saw the villagers of the vast wilderness rushing out. There was a glimmer of tears in his eyes. A husband doesn't cry easily because he hasn't been deeply hurt. Lord Wu Hu, no one can touch you with us around. That's right. We, the temple guardians, exist to follow the sacred body guardians. These villagers were all brave and fearless. In the face of life and death, they were full of heroic spirit. They're just a bunch of ants. What a joke. Facing these villagers, the Tsang family's fifth elder's eyes were filled with disdain. They were like mantises trying to stop a chariot. They were just courting death if they rushed out. Kill them. The Tsang family's sixth elder waved his hand. Battle cries filled the air. Blood dyed the sky. At this moment, even the onlooking cultivators couldn't help but be moved when they saw the actions of Wu Hu and the villagers. Their faces were originally filled with disdain, as if they were watching a show. Now, they were solemn and respectful, although they didn't have any connection with Wu Hu and the temple guardians. But this kind of protection, without fear of death, was indeed admirable. I finally understand why the sacred body guardians have not lost their inheritance, even though they've been imprisoned by heaven and earth. Sometimes people can overcome heaven. Ji Qingyi sighed. The desolate, ancient, sacred palace used to be at its peak and was feared by the Xianting. I didn't expect it to be in such a situation now. Sakura shook her head slightly. In the eyes of these prodigies and descendants of the forbidden body guardians, the villagers of the great wilderness were so weak that they could be ignored. But that kind of protection without fear of death was still very moving. However, although their spirit was moving, it couldn't change the current situation. Compared to the Tsang family's army, the villagers of the great wilderness were too weak. Soon, the villagers of the great wilderness were slaughtered. Everyone, this is a good opportunity to practice. The temple guardians, the archenemy of the Tsang family, are so weak. Tsang Yuan laughed and rushed into the battlefield. He grabbed a villager and tore him in half in an extremely cruel way. Blood rained down from the sky. Kill! Hundreds of young experts of the Tsang family joined the battle and slaughtered the villagers of the great wilderness with the Tsang family soldiers. As for the Tsang family's fifth elder and the others, they all suppressed Wu. Damn it! Seeing the tragic deaths of the villagers, Wu let out a long howl as his eyes turned red. However, he had been pushed to the limit and was about to reach the end of his road. His saint body had started to collapse, and his blood chi was severely depleted. The spirit was willing, but the flesh was weak. Loser, accept your fate. This is the fate of the desolate, ancient, sacred temple, and the lineage of the temple guardians. The Tsang family's fifth elder said coldly, "My divine body's life is to not believe in fate. You will regret it." Wu laughed crazily. Blood dyed his messy black hair red. Pucci! At this moment, old man Ningdefa was shaken back by the ripples of magic power and spat out a mouthful of blood. Tsang Yuan's eyes turned and landed on Ningdefa. His eyes were filled with bloodthirsty cruelty. "You must be the village head of the great wilderness village. What's the point of your meaningless struggle? Let me send you on your way." The corners of Tsang Yuan's mouth curled into a cruel smile. He raised his hand and pressed down towards Ningdefa, wanting to crush him into a bloody pulp. "Grandpa!" Ningchen and Lil Xuanxuan's voices were hoarse. Seeing this scene, they felt as if their hearts were being stabbed by a knife. Ningdefa, on the other hand, was calm. He was fearless in the face of death. His cloudy old eyes turned towards Ningchen and Lil Xianxian. His eyes were filled with endless love. They were his only hope. Time seemed to have frozen at this moment. Tsang Yuan's giant palm of magic power pressed down on Ningdefa. The Tsang family's fifth elder and the others' ultimate attacks were also aimed at Wu, who was forced into a corner. At this moment, even the spectating Sky Prides shook their heads. Today, they might be able to witness the fall of a divine body. At this moment, a faint voice suddenly sounded. "Fourth anti-immortal seal, forbidden space." As soon as the voice fell, the space froze like amber. No, this was not a description. It was truly frozen. No retreat. This is a special spatial sealing law. Among the spectating crowd, many outlawed Sky Prides felt their hair stand on end. Their souls were about to leave their bodies as they hurriedly retreated. This spatial technique, could it be that an honorable one has arrived? Sakura's expression changed as well. She hurriedly retreated. "This voice, it's him." Chingy's eyes flickered. She was very familiar with this voice. However, this technique shocked her. Even a sage would not be able to control the spatial law to this extent. What's going on? On the battlefield, Tsang Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. He could think, but his body was frozen in space. He could not move at all. The giant palm of magic power was about to press down on Ningdefa, but it could not land. What's going on? Among the Tsang family, only the Tsang family's fifth elder and other great sages and sage king powerhouses could barely move. However, they were as slow as a snail. It was as if they were moving in a swamp. This made their hair stand on end. They felt a chill down their spines. Could it be that the enforcer had intervened? While the crowd was still in shock, inside the Desolation Temple. Boom! An incomparably vast fluctuation spread out. Various great Tao runes appeared, and the precepts intertwined in the void. Thousands of streaks of divine radiance, tens of thousands of rays of light, vigorous golden-red blood chi gushed out like a volcano, drowning the entire universe. At the same time, various terrifying avatars appeared. The illusory figures of the 10,000 sages appeared and bowed in the direction of the Desolation Temple. An incomparably terrifying, illusory figure of an immortal king stood in front of the heavens like an immortal king. Endless chaotic aura filled the air, drowning the heavens and the earth. Bright green lotuses appeared, swaying gently and sprinkling runic Tao laws. An incomparably huge yin-yang life and death diagram appeared in the sky. It was as if the sky had been split into black and white. Endless yin, yang life and death flowed within it, for avatars appeared, shaking the heavens and the earth and dominating the universe. At the same time, endless chaotic lightning tribulations appeared in the sky and were about to strike down. A figure slowly stepped out from the Desolation Temple that was filled with endless divine light. Boom! The chaotic lightning tribulations in the sky seemed to have found their target. They gathered into a furious lightning dragon that was about to roar and descend. Scram! A cold shout was heard. The 4 avatars released endless brilliance that filled the heavens and the earth. It was as if they were about to explode. Boom! The rolling lightning tribulations were actually pushed back by the roar and rolled back into the sky. This scene made everyone speechless in horror. Their scalps were about to explode. The word scram made the heavenly punishment not dare to descend. In the heavens and the earth, 10,000 Daos were watching. The figure slowly stepped out. Every step seemed to be stepping on everyone's hearts, making them feel suffocated. His entire body was shrouded in a blurry aura. One could vaguely see that it was a figure wearing divine armor and holding a halberd. This figure was like an ancient war god descending into the world, like an immortal king revealing his true body. A wisp of Emperor Tao aura appeared. It was so powerful that it caused the void to collapse and the heavens to collapse. At this moment, everyone was shocked and terrified. That wisp of Emperor Tao aura made everyone feel as if the heavens were about to collapse. Could it be that Adarch has come out of seclusion? Countless people were shocked speechless. Huge waves were set off in their hearts. The people of the Tsang family were even more frightened. They almost knelt on the ground and were about to pee their pants. For a better reading experience, please visit the mobile version of the website /book/5975/ Chapter 700. Heaven and earth trembled, and the universe was in an uproar. The rules in the void were disturbed. All kinds of runes spread out, and the divine chains were broken. The figure walked out of the infinite brilliance, as if the ancient god of war had returned to the world. The sudden appearance of the figure made many people unable to come back to their senses. They felt a kind of soul-deep tremor, especially the wisp of Emperor's Path aura, which seemed to crush the heavens, causing the space to collapse and be filled with cracks. Which ancient great emperor has come out of seclusion? Some geniuses said in horror. How can this be? It sounds like him, but it's impossible for him to have Emperor's Path aura. Ji Qingyi also frowned in disbelief. In her mind, even if that person was extremely heaven-defying, it was impossible for him to cultivate Emperor's Path aura. What? Great Emperor? How is it possible? How can there be a great emperor in the Desolation Sacred Palace? The 5th elder, 6th elder, and the others of the Tsang family were shocked speechless. Their faces were pale, and they were so scared that their souls were about to leave their bodies. If the Desolation Sacred Palace really had a great emperor, they would not have been humiliated by the Tsang family. Most importantly, it was difficult for the sacred body of the Desolation to become an emperor. although the sacred body of the desolation was at the level of a great emperor. However, almost no one had heard of a sacred body of the desolation becoming an emperor since ancient times. It was hard to imagine how strong an emperor-level sacred body of the desolation would be. Even the will of the immortal realm could not restrict such a forbidden existence. However, at this moment, the slender figure that emerged from the infinite divine light did indeed have Emperor's path aura. Compared to the shock of the crowd, a look of heartfelt gratification appeared in Wu Hu's eyes. He naturally knew that the figure in front of him was not a great emperor. However, he was wearing the Desolation's Sacred Palace's ancestral imperial weapon, the Desolation armor. Wu Hu also believed that with his talent, he could definitely become an emperor, a great emperor with the sacred body of the Desolation. Just thinking about it made one's blood boil. Please forgive us, great emperor. We did not know that the great emperor was here. The fifth elder, sixth elder, and the others of the Tsang family directly knelt down and begged for mercy in a trembling voice. It was not that they could not distinguish, but the sight of the figure coming out of seclusion was too shocking. The four sacred bodies appeared in the sky. Heavenly punishment did not dare to descend upon him. There was also that terrifying emperor's might. These scenes made them tremble with fear. They felt that it was no different from a great emperor coming out of seclusion. Just as the crowd was trembling, a gentle but incomparably cold voice sounded faintly. Today, apart from your lives, there is nothing that can atone for your sins. As soon as he finished speaking, a murderous aura filled the entire sky. When the Tsang family's fifth elder and the others heard this, they were stunned. Why does this voice sound so young? It didn't sound like the voice of an ancient great emperor. They looked over. The light slowly faded away, and a handsome young man wearing divine armor and holding a halberd appeared. It was none other than Jun Xiaoyao. It's you, Jun Xiaoyao. The faces of the Tsang family's fifth elder and the others froze, and then they became extremely ashamed and angry. They were dignified, great sage powerhouses, yet they actually knelt before a young man. It was simply a disgrace. Clearly, that strand of Emperor's aura came from Jun Xiaoyao's Emperor weapon, the desolate god armor. However, in the next moment, the Tsang family's fifth elder and the others sensed that something was wrong. No, your aura is of the great sage realm. How is this possible? Sensing the faint strand of great sage aura from Jun Xiaoyao's body, the Tsang family's fifth elder and the others were dumbfounded. Not only them, but everyone was dumbfounded. Great sage realm? How is this possible? Tsang Yuan, who was frozen by the fourth seal, narrowed his eyes and his heart twitched. Jun Xiaoyao was of the younger generation, and he was only at the saint realm before. Now, he had actually reached the great sage realm. Am I seeing things? Great sage realm? Princess Ling Yan's maid, Sakura, also widened her beautiful eyes and opened her small mouth in shock. One had to know that her family's empress, who possessed the sacred physique of Empress Hua, was a peerless genius. It was only after she received the heavenly heart of Empress Hua that she vaguely touched the threshold of the great sage realm. Jun Xiaoyao was only at the saint realm before, but now he had directly crossed the Saint King realm and reached the great sage realm. This was simply unethical. Not only her, but Shang Xuani's eyes also trembled, and his breathing became chaotic. Great sage realm. Young Master Jun, you've given Qing Yi a big surprise. Ji Qing Yi sighed. Creating miracles seemed to be as simple as eating and drinking to Jun Xiaoyao. Great sage realm. My goodness. Fortunately, I did make a move. Looks like I'll have to rethink my plan. The 7 kill bandits with an ordinary appearance that was hidden in the shadows also sucked in a breath of cold air and was extremely shocked. F*CK. It's actually the Jun family's son of God, and his cultivation base has reached the great sage realm. He's clearly from the younger generation, but his cultivation base has already caught up with the experts of the older generation. Many geniuses were dumbfounded. After all, Jun Xiaoyao was only at the Saint Realm before, and he had only been in seclusion for a short while, but he had already reached the Great Sage Realm. The people outside were shocked by Jun Xiaoyao's strength. However, they didn't know that Jun Xiaoyao had suppressed his breakthrough several times. Otherwise, he would have broken through to the Saint King realm long ago. This time, it could be said that he had accumulated a lot of energy. In addition, he had also refined a pool of Saint Body Blood Essence and the True Dragon Elixir. Naturally, the breakthrough was natural. However, Jun Xiaoyao didn't expect that he would actually skip the Saint King realm and directly break through to the Great Sage realm. It could only be said that his accumulation was too deep, and he hadn't used up the energy of the divine fetus from before, which helped him break through this time. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao stood in the sky, looking at the blood-stained Wu, Ningdefa and the others, as well as the tragically dead villagers of the vast wilderness. His eyes were very cold. Nearly 1,000 villagers of the vast wilderness were slaughtered in a short time, and only about 300 were left. These 300 could be called the 300 warriors. Jun Xiaoyao, let me go if you have the guts. There's no need for the Overlord to do anything. I'll fight you. Song Yuan shouted. He was still unable to move as he was imprisoned in the 4th anti-celestial seal. During this period of seclusion, Jun Xiaoyao had not only broken through to the Great Sage Realm, he had also comprehended 2 new types of Saint Body avatars: Chaos Seed Green Lotus, Yin Yang Portrait of Life and Death, Immortal King descending 9 heavens and reverence of 10,000 saints. Jun Xiaoyao had already awakened 4 types of Saint Body avatars. In addition, Jun Xiaoyao, who had reached the Great Sage Realm, could also use the 4th anti-celestial seal, Forbidden Space. It could be said that Jun Xiaoyao's strength had undergone a comprehensive transformation. In addition, he also had the Emperor weapon, the Desolate God armor, and the Quasi-Emperor weapon, the Great Desolate Halberd. It could be said that he was invincible, not to mention those of the same generation. Even the great sages of the older generation were like pigs waiting to be slaughtered in his eyes. Therefore, in the face of Song Yuan's clamor, Jun Xiaoyao didn't even look at him. He just took a step toward the Tsang family's 5th elder and the others. As he took a step, the dermic power of the great sage realm swept out. The Tsang family soldiers and young prodigies who were imprisoned by the 4th anti-celestial seal. They couldn't even struggle before they were silently reduced to dust. Even the Tsang family's strongest prodigy, the Overlord's follower, Song Yuan, had his body disintegrated inch by inch and was reduced to ashes. On the other hand, Jun Xiaoyao didn't even look at him, nor did he deliberately attack him. Just the aftermath of his aura alone was enough to reduce his body to dust. I'm the clown. Song Yuan laughed bitterly as he understood the cruel reality. He was just a clown. Forget being a match for Jun Xiaoyao, he didn't even have the right to be looked at by Jun Xiaoyao. However, when the other spectating Sky Pride saw the scene, they felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. They were extremely shocked. An outlawed Sky Pride couldn't even withstand the aftermath of Jun Xiaoyao's aura, let alone fight him. Just how powerful was Jun Xiaoyao at the moment? Chapter 701. Previously, although Jun Xiaoyao was strong, he was only invincible among the younger generation. Now, Jun Xiaoyao's aura made the Tsang family's 5th elder and the others tremble. How is this possible? How can there be such a monster among the younger generation? The Tsang family's 5th elder could not believe it. Compared to Jun Xiaoyao, the outlawed Sky Pride of the Tsang family, Song Yuan was nothing but trash. Jun family's son of God, if you really want to become enemies with the Tsang family, I'll let bygones be bygones if you leave now, the Tsang family's 5th elder said with a trembling voice. Previously, he was only a little afraid of Jun Xiaoyao's background. Now he was even afraid of Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao was indifferent, and his face was as cold as ice. He was wearing the dark golden wilderness god armor. Although Jun Xiaoyao's current great sage strength was not enough to unleash the true power of this emperor weapon. However, it was more than enough to defend himself. Even the Holy Lord would not be able to cause him any harm. He held the 7-foot-long great desolate halberd in his hand, which exuded a murderous aura. As a boundary emperor weapon, the great desolate halberd was a killing weapon specially used for attacking. At this moment, in Jun Xiaoyao's hands, it was enough to unleash a powerful force. Jun Xiaoyao could not be bothered to talk to the Tsang family. He swung the halberd, and a 1,000-foot-long halberd ray spread out, splitting the void. Slash! That was the sound of flesh being cut open. Jun Xiaoyao casually swung the halberd, and the void was filled with cracks. Some of the Tsang family soldiers did not even have time to react before they were shocked to find that their lower bodies had been separated. Jun Xiaoyao's halberd had killed 5,000 soldiers of the Tsang family. Ah, the devil, he's the devil. Run. The Tsang family's morale had completely collapsed. There was no need to fight. When you were killing the villagers of the vast wilderness, did you ever think that you would be in such despair? Jun Xiaoyao's tone was indifferent, and there was no pity in his eyes. He was not a kind person to begin with, and he only wanted to exterminate the Tsang family. Jun Xiaoyao, don't be impudent. Seeing this, the Tsang family's 6th elder roared. His great sage realm strength erupted as he rushed towards Jun Xiaoyao. The void was filled with Tao runes as supreme saint dermic powers surged and spread out, causing heaven and earth to tremble. One could imagine the power of a great saint's rage. His aura could collapse the clouds and destroy a continent. In the end, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were cold and indifferent. He held the great desolate halberd and threw it out. Whoosh! The great desolate halberd carried a boundless wild and destructive intent, as if it had come from the primordial times, and directly pierced towards the 6th elder of the Tsang family. The Tsang family's 6th elder struck out with his palms. Tao patterns intertwined as he executed a great divine ability. Puchi! The great desolate halberd destroyed all divine abilities, obliterated runes, and severed Tao laws. The halberd pierced through the chest of the Tsang clan's 6th elder, sending him flying and nailing him to a distant mountain peak. His halberd had pierced through a great sage expert. Damn it, 6th elder! The Tsang family's 5th elder was furious. The eyes of the other Tsang family's elders were also spitting fire. More than 10 great sages and sage kings joined forces to suppress Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were indifferent when he saw this. His body shook and chaotic aura spread out from the void. Green lotuses swayed and released immortal Tao laws. The sacred physique phenomenon the chaotic green lotuses suppressed. Every wisp of chaotic aura was enough to crush the void. The numerous green lotuses released boundless Taoist laws that descended to suppress the elders of the Tsang family. With Jun Xiaoyao's strength, he was invincible among his peers. Therefore, the Tsang family's great sages and sage kings were no different from pigs and dogs in his eyes. Puchi! The Tsang family's elders spat out mouthfuls of blood, and their eyes were filled with horror. They could not block the sacred physique phenomenon at all. Yin-yang diagram of life and death. Jun Xiaoyao continued to conjure another vision of his sacred body. Above the firmament, the huge black and white Tao diagram of life and death rotated slowly, and it was like a black and white firmament pressing down. The surrounding void was obliterated, revealing pitch-black cracks. Within the yin-yang Tao diagram of life and death, there seemed to be 6 living beings rotating, and life, death, yin and yang were alternating. All kinds of runes of life and death and Tao laws of order appeared around it. It was like a huge umbrella that suppressed the Tsang family's 5th elder and the others. Invincible tyrant blood. The Tsang family's 5th elder and the others roared sternly, completely activating the traces of tyrant blood in their bodies. all kinds of great abilities appeared, trying to break through Jun Xiaoyao's phenomenon. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was extremely indifferent. If he was still a sage or a sage king, they might really be able to break through. However, the problem was that Jun Xiaoyao's current cultivation was in the Great Sage realm. Although he had just entered the Great Sage realm, with Jun Xiaoyao's monstrous talent and strength, even a great perfection Great Sage realm powerhouse would find it difficult to deal with him. Moreover, the Tsang family's fifth elder and the others were not great perfection Great Sage realm powerhouses, but intermediate Great Sage realm powerhouses. Rumble. Chaos rose and fell, and the green lotus swayed. The yin-yang Tao diagram of life and death rotated and pressed down. Coupled with the power of the fourth celestial prohibition seal, it was difficult for the Tsang family's fifth elder and the others to escape. Jun family's son of God, let's talk nicely. There's no need for this. We can still talk. The Tsang family's fifth elder cried out in horror. He never thought that they, the older generation of great sage powerhouses, could not even resist in front of a young man like Jun Xiaoyao. After all, he had just broken through to the great sage realm. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes did not waver at all, and there was no change in his expression because of the Tsang family's fifth elder's words. If they did something wrong, they had to be punished, and the Tsang family's mistakes had to be repaid with their lives. Boom! In the end, accompanied by a violent roar, the two great sage body phenomenons pressed down completely, smashing a deep pit in the ground and spreading tens of thousands of feet wide. The Tsang family's elders were completely wiped out. There was not a trace of life left, and even their primordial spirits could not escape. Dead silence. There was a deathly silence between heaven and earth. The spectating prodigies gulped and swallowed their saliva. Previously, they thought that with Jun Xiaoyao's strength, which had just entered the great sage realm, he might be able to contend with the Tsang family's elders. They never thought that Jun Xiaoyao would kill the Tsang family's great sage like slaughtering dogs. When the remaining Tsang family soldiers saw this, they were scared out of their wits. They did not even have time to run. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was indifferent. He used his finger as a sword and pointed at the void. In an instant, thousands of immortal slaughtering sword chi gushed out and cut through the void. The remaining 5,000 Tsang family soldiers could not resist at all. Their bodies were cut apart and their primordial spirits exploded. Within a short moment, all of them died amidst a series of miserable cries. Heaven and earth returned to peace, and the clamor subsided. It had only been 15 minutes since Jun Xiaoyao came out of seclusion. The mighty army of the Tsang family was completely annihilated. No, there was only one left. Jun Xiaoyao stepped into the void and slowly walked in front of the Tsang family's sixth elder. The Tsang family's sixth elder was nailed to the mountain peak by the great Baron Halberd. He was still gasping for breath. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's arrival, he was about to go crazy. His eyes were filled with unprecedented fear, and his Tao heart collapsed. Don't come over!" The Tsang family's sixth elder yelled. He no longer had the arrogance he had when he came. Jun Xiaoyao was indifferent and did not say anything. He placed his palm on the great Baron Halberd. Then he shook it casually. Boom! The entire mountain peak collapsed into two halves. The Tsang family's sixth elder's body exploded into a bloody foam at the same time, and his primordial spirit was destroyed. Jun Xiaoyao single-handedly killed 10,000 Tsang family soldiers. The Son of God in armor slaughtered 10,000 people. Chapter 702. The world was dead silent as blood rained down from the sky. Jun Xiaoyao stood in the blood-stained sky. His long hair fluttered in the wind as he donned the wilderness god armor. The great, desolate halberd in his hand was pointed at the ground. At this moment, he no longer looked like a celestial being in a white robe. Instead, he looked more like a domineering young god of war. He was like the incarnation of a calamity that could cleanse the world with his killing intent. Countless pairs of eyes were focused on him. Ji Qingyi, Ru Ing, Shang Xuani, these were all geniuses whose names shook the ancient road. However, in front of Jun Xiaoyao, they seemed to have become extremely ordinary. Jun Xiaoyao was an existence that they had to respect and revere. Meanwhile, Ning Defa and the other villagers were extremely emotional. Tears streamed down their cheeks. How many years had it been? They had been oppressed by the Tsang family for so many years. That day, Jun Xiaoyao had avenged the injustice in their chests. At this moment, the eyes of the 300 villagers were filled with fanatical respect and worship. It was as if Jun Xiaoyao was the only god that was worthy of their worship. "We will follow you until death do us part, sir." Ning Defa roared like an old lion as he knelt before Jun Xiaoyao. The other 300 villagers also knelt down. "The Holy Physique faction is fortunate to have you." Guardian Wu heaved a sigh of relief as a smile of relief appeared on his blood-stained face. "One day, I will become someone as powerful as Big Brother." Ning Chen's eyes were filled with reverence. Is this the kind of hero that Grandpa talked about in his stories? Little Xian Xian was stunned. Her eyes were filled with longing and admiration. The figure that stood in the sky and looked down on the world was deeply engraved in her heart. It would never be erased. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao stood in the sky with a cold expression on his face. He completely ignored the countless, reverent gazes around him. Right now, Jun Xiaoyao only had one thing on his mind, and that was to destroy the Conquer Star Tsang family. However, before that, he still had some things to do. Today, this Son of God announces that the desolate ancient sacred hall and its guardians shall rise once more in the immortal realms. No one can stop them. Jun Xiaoyao's voice reverberated throughout Songming. Everyone was shocked and incomparably shocked. Was Jun Xiaoyao going to lift up the weakened Saint Physique lineage all by himself? However, he looked at the last generation of Sage Body Wu, who had almost reached the end of his life, and the 300 villagers of the wasteland. No one could imagine how the desolate ancient temple could rise again. No matter how strong Jun Xiaoyao was, he was only one person. How could he support the entire divine being bloodline, compared to the doubts of the onlookers? Ning Defa and the other villagers of the great wilderness only had deep gratitude in their eyes. However, they also knew their own limitations. They knew that it was impossible to revive the desolate ancient temple and the lineage of the temple guardians by relying on their own strength. Guardian Wu also smiled and said, "With these words of yours, I am at ease. I can leave the rest to you." Guardian Wu felt that the fire of his life was gradually extinguishing. However, he had no complaints or regrets. He still had a smile on his face. "Senior Guardian Wu, you can't resign. You have to personally witness the crushing defeat of the tyrant body bloodline." Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. "I am already satisfied that I have persevered until now. I also know where my limits are." Guardian Wu shook his head. He was at ease with life and death. "Since I, Jun Xiaoyao, have received the inheritance of the desolate ancient temple's ancestors, I naturally have to do my part for the desolate ancient temple." Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand and patted his chest. Then, drops of bright red divine being blood essence that glowed with a golden luster appeared. The quantity was densely packed. It was not 1 or 2 drops, but 3 or 5 drops. Hundreds of drops of divine being blood essence were directly refined by Jun Xiaoyao. "Jun Xiaoyao, you can't." Guardian Wu was shocked and tried to stop him. Now that Jun Xiaoyao was the hope of the divine being bloodline, he could not afford any mistakes. "Sir, you are." Ning Defa and the other villagers of the Grand Wilderness were also stunned. The crowd of geniuses who were watching from the sidelines were dumbfounded as well. Their mouths agape and mouths agape. Divine being blood essence was extremely precious. 1 drop could be sold at a sky-high price. Now, Jun Xiaoyao had casually offered hundreds of drops of divine being blood essence. Most importantly, divine being blood essence was extremely important to the sacred body of the desolate ancient. Would Jun Xiaoyao's action not harm himself? Everyone looked at Jun Xiaoyao's face and was surprised to find that Jun Xiaoyao's face was as calm as usual. There was no trace of paleness or weakness on his face. "I'll give you the blood essence. It's best to take revenge with your own hands," Jun Xiaoyao said. "But you—" Guardian Wu hesitated. "Don't worry about me. Senior Guardian Wu, have you forgotten about the pool of divine being blood essence?" Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. Naturally, he would not do anything that would harm himself. The last time he hurt himself was to save Jiang Xingyi. To be honest, although Jun Xiaoyao respected Guardian Wu and the villagers of the Grand Wilderness, however, they were obviously incomparable to Jiang Xingyi. It was unrealistic to expect Jun Xiaoyao to exhaust himself to help them. However, Jun Xiaoyao had refined a pool of divine being blood essence before. At this moment, the divine being blood essence in his body was so dense that it was about to overflow. Most importantly, the divine being blood essence absorbed by Jun Xiaoyao would eventually be turned into his own divine being blood essence. Jun Xiaoyao was a divine being who had broken through 10 shackles. His divine being blood essence was fundamentally different from the blood essence of the ancestors of the divine being. Each of the 300 villagers of the Grand Wilderness received a drop of Jun Xiaoyao's divine being blood essence. Elder Ning Defa received 5 drops. Ning Qin and Xiao Xianxian each received 10 drops of blood essence. As for Guardian Wu, Jun Xiaoyao gave him 50 drops of divine being blood essence. Jun Xiaoyao did not want Guardian Wu to die. It would be a pity if a divine lord with the sacred body of the ancients died. "After you finish refining, we will kill our way back to the Tsong family of the Conqueror Star. We will have our revenge." Jun Xiaoyao said, "My lord is right. The humiliation of the lineage of the temple keepers must be washed away by us. We will follow Sir to the Conqueror Star and destroy the Tsong family." The 300 villagers of the Grand Wilderness, no, they should be called the 300 Temple Guardians now, all had the fury of revenge in their eyes. Even some of the elders, like Ning Defa, felt their blood boiling. The divine being blood essence that had been dormant in their bodies seemed to have been activated. They began to sit cross-legged and cultivate, preparing to refine the divine being blood essence that Jun Xiaoyao had given them. Will it still work? Guardian Wu also sat cross-legged. To be honest, with his current condition, even if he refined the divine being blood essence, he would not be able to turn the situation around. It was like a spring that was about to dry up. Even if water from the outside was poured in, it would only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. It would eventually dry up. "Senior, how would you know if you don't try?" Jun Xiaoyao smiled. The divine being blood essence that had broken through 10 shackles might bring about miracles. To get a better reading experience, please visit the mobile website /book/5975/ Chapter 703. Wu, who nodded slightly. Since Jun Xiaoyao had helped him so much, he didn't want to give up on himself. Wu, who sat cross-legged on the ground like a wounded tiger protecting his home. He directly merged a drop of sacred body blood essence into his body. A hint of surprise flashed across Wu Hu's eyes. He felt that the drop of sacred body blood essence was extremely pure, as if it came from the same source as the ancient sacred body. Compared to this drop of sacred body blood essence, Wu Hu instantly felt that his sacred body blood essence was extremely turbid and not pure. What made Wu Hu's heart tremble was that he found that as he refined this drop of sacred body blood essence, the sacred body shackles that hadn't loosened for a long time actually trembled. This, even with Wu Hu's personality and state of mind, his heart was in turmoil at this moment. He had never thought that the sacred body blood essence that had broken through 10 shackles would be so heaven-defying. It might even help him break through the shackles. "Senior, is it okay?" Jun Xiaoyao had expected this and smiled faintly. Wu, who nodded slightly and thanked him profusely. There was no need for words. Everything was expressed without words. The only thing he needed to do now was to completely refine the 50 drops of sacred body blood essence. Not only did Wu Hu have hope of surviving, but he also had the possibility of transforming. Wu Hu wasn't the only one who benefited. The other 300 palace guards were also shocked after merging the sacred body blood essence into their bodies. They felt that the sacred body blood essence that had been dormant in their bodies had been completely activated. Even Ning Defa and the other elders felt the same. They felt their blood essence surging. As for Ning Chen and Xiao Xianxian, they had more sacred body blood essence in their bodies than the other palace guards. At this moment, they had gained more benefits. I can also become an expert, like Big Brother. Ning Chen's eyes lit up and he was very excited. This is all given to us by Big Brother, Xiao Xianxian said gratefully. It could be said that with Jun Xiaoyao's sacred body blood essence, whether it was Wu, Hu, or the other palace guards, their strength would increase by leaps and bounds. In less than half a month, they would be completely different. Looking at the excited people in front of him, Jun Xiaoyao nodded secretly. If they were willing to join the monarch dynasty, then they would become the sharpest spears of the dynasty. The 300 palace guards were not a large number, but each of them had a trace of the saintly being's bloodline and a drop of saintly being's blood essence given to them by Jun Xiaoyao. Their potential was limitless in the future. It was even more so for Ning Chen and little Xianxian. They would have definitely become the leaders of the temple guards when they grew up. They might have even been on par with the true sacred body of the ancients. As for Protector Wu, if he could join the monarch dynasty, he would definitely become one of its pillars. Protector Wu and the rest of the palace guards all immersed themselves in cultivation. Jun Xiaoyao put away the desolate god armor and the great desolate halberd and transformed back into his white robe fluttering in the wind. He was as quiet as a banished immortal, bright and refined. The crowd looked at the tall and slender Jun Xiaoyao, completely unable to associate him with the demon king who had coldly slaughtered tens of thousands of people. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao was like a manifestation of divinity. Just now, it was a manifestation of his demonic nature. God and demon. Young Master Jun, which one is the real you? Or are you both? Ji Qingyi's face was covered with a light veil, and her limpid eyes revealed a thoughtful look. She thought that she had thought deeply enough and seen through enough. However, Jun Xiaoyao was like a cloud of fog that she could not grasp at all. She could not help but be curious and wanted to explore, but in the end, she fell deeper and deeper. When Sakura saw this scene, she could not help but sigh and say, "I used to think that no man in this world was worthy of my princess. Not even the ancient prince can do it. But now, after seeing this legendary son of God of the Jun family, I actually think that he is a good match for Her Highness." Even Ru Ying did not expect that she would have such a thought. Perhaps it was because, in her heart, Her Highness Ling Yan was a superior and peerless woman. She was too proud and too honorable. Any man standing next to her was a blasphemy to her. But now, Sakura saw a strange man whose identity, status, strength, appearance, and temperament were not inferior to Ling Yan. She even felt that the two of them were a match made in heaven. Sigh, what a pity. Xian Ting and the Jun family are destined to have a bad relationship. Sakura sighed in her heart, not to mention that Ling Yan was one of the 7 rebellious emperors. Will there be a love and hate drama in the future? Sakura thought to herself. As for Sheng Xuani of the Gulen sect, he let out a long sigh. He felt that his Taoist heart was a little unstable. It could not be helped. In front of Jun Xiaoyao, none of the geniuses could maintain their composure. They all felt that they were as insignificant as dust. Xingyu Yi and the others did not die unjustly. I'm afraid that even Sheng Tianyi and the others will not be able to face him. Sheng Xuani thought to himself. Normally, geniuses had their own pride. They would not admit that they were weaker than others unless they had a real fight. But now, for the first time, Shengchuani was afraid. He did not even have the courage to fight. As for the 7 kill bandits, they did not even want to show their faces. They hid in the crowd. Jun Xiaoyao stood in the void with his hands behind his back. He wanted to wait for Wu, Hu, and the others to finish their cultivation before heading to the Tsang family of the Conquer Star. Young master, you are so powerful. Xiao Yu of the Taiyin jade hair skipped forward. Her big red eyes were filled with admiration. Jun Xiaoyao smiled but did not say anything. At that moment, a beautiful figure in a green robe flew across the sky and landed on Jun Xiaoyao. When the crowd saw this scene, a strange look appeared in their eyes. It's goddess Qing Yi. She took the initiative to talk to the son of God of the Jun family. They are both geniuses of the Huangtian mystic realm. I heard that they knew each other before, but now goddess Qing Yi is the assistant of the mysterious successor of the Rinxian sect. Isn't it inappropriate for her to get close to the son of God of the Jun family? That's nothing. If I were Fairy Qing Yi, I wouldn't be able to resist trying to get close to such an outstanding man like the divine child of the Jun family, some female cultivators said while rolling their eyes. Women could be very realistic creatures sometimes. They would rely on and admire those who were stronger. Young Master Jun, it's been a long time. I didn't expect to see you so handsome when we meet again. Ji Qing Yi smiled elegantly. It's been a long time, Jun Xiaoyao said. Sensing Jun Xiaoyao's calm tone, Ji Qing Yi raised her eyebrows and said, Young Master Jun, are you blaming me for not helping you before? Jun Xiaoyao shook his head and smiled. Not really. It's my duty not to help you. Jun Xiaoyao did not have a habit of moral coercion. He did not mind that Ji Qing Yi did not help him before. This was a grudge between the Tsang family and the Temple Guard. It had nothing to do with outsiders. Then why do I feel that young Master Jun's attitude is a little distant after not seeing you for a long time? Did I offend you in some way? Ji Qing Yi seemed to be a little resentful. That's not it. It's just that I, the son of God, have a question. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. Oh. Ji Qing Yi's eyes turned. Are you friend or foe? Jun Xiaoyao looked at Ji Qing Yi with eyes as sharp as swords. For a better reading experience, please visit the mobile version of the website /book/5975/ Chapter 704. Ji Qing Yi and Jun Xiaoyao looked at each other. Those who didn't know better would think that they were lovers looking at each other after being separated for a long time. Ji Qing Yi's expression froze for a moment before she smiled faintly and said, Young Master Jun's words have hurt Qing Yi. Ji Qing Yi's tone was soft. Anyone who heard it would feel pity for her. However, Jun Xiaoyao didn't look down on Ji Qing Yi at all. Ji Qing Yi had kept a low profile in the Huangtian mystic realm. At that time, Jun Xiaoyao thought that this elegant girl was smart and shrewd. He couldn't underestimate her. If he treated her like an ordinary girl, he would be at a disadvantage. Previously, my follower, Yan Qingying, killed the follower of the successor of the human immortal sect. You are the mysterious successor's assistant. Do you think I should ask you this? Jun Xiaoyao said calmly. He didn't look down on Ji Qing Yi, but it didn't mean that he was afraid of her. Jun Xiaoyao, who had broken through to the great saint realm, didn't need to care about any schemes. He just needed to defeat everything with his strength. If the successor of the human immortal sect wanted to play any tricks, he could just kill him directly. I am indeed the successor's assistant, but it doesn't mean that I can't be friends with young Master Jun, Ji Qing Yi said. Friends? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes lit up. Ji Qing Yi paused and said, Young Master Jun, if you have the ability, you can persuade me and pull me to your side. After Ji Qing Yi finished speaking, she smiled faintly. It was hard to tell whether she was persuading him or sleeping with him. You can tell that person that if he doesn't provoke me, I won't pursue the matter. However, if he doesn't know what's good for him, Jun Xiaoyao paused and said, "Then the human immortal sect can start to nurture the next successor." He used the calmest tone to say the most impressive words. It could be said that there weren't many people in the entire ancient road who could treat the successor of the human immortal sect with such an attitude. Ji Qing was also surprised. She nodded slightly and said, "I will pass the message. By the way, you wear a veil every day. Are you afraid that someone will see you?" Jun Xiaoyao asked casually. Hearing this, Ji Qing suddenly raised her slender, jade-like hand and took off her veil. Jun Xiaoyao, who was used to seeing goddesses and celestial concubines, was taken aback for a moment by the stunning beauty that was revealed right then and there. There are no unrivaled beauties in 1,000 years, but those who are pleasing to the eye are beauties, Jun Xiaoyao said. He wasn't infatuated at all. He was just sighing. Ji Qing blinked her clear eyes. Although she did not know if Jun Xiaoyao was being sincere, she still felt a trace of joy to be praised by such an outstanding person. Did young Master Jun also use such sweet words to make Jiang Xingyi love you till death do you part? Am I, the son of God, such a person? Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows. Ji Qing pursed her lips and smiled faintly. I have only shown my face to young Master Jun. Even the successor of my sect has not seen it before. Although she was the successor's assistant, they weren't very close. Of course, the successor of the human immortal sect had hoped to become Tao companions with her, but Ji Qing had rejected him. Do you mean that it's my honor? Of course. Then, the atmosphere became more harmonious. No matter what Ji Qing was thinking, she didn't want to offend Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao couldn't be bothered to probe further. The Wu Protector and the Palace Guardian were cultivating in silence. The surrounding crowd didn't leave because of this. They knew that an even more exciting show was yet to come. The Tsang family of the Conqueror Star naturally wouldn't let this matter rest. Jun Xiaoyao would also step onto the Conqueror Star and lead the desolate, ancient, sacred palace and the Palace Guardian to take revenge. Furthermore, if the great conqueror were to get wind of the news, would he come and fight Jun Xiaoyao? Everything was looking forward to. At the same time, the Tsang family of the Conqueror Star had also received the news. When they heard that the Tsang family had died in the hands of Jun Xiaoyao alone, the higher-ups of the Tsang family didn't believe it at first and thought that it was fake news. But after it was confirmed, their expressions were very interesting. The army that was supposed to exterminate the Tsang family had ended up burying themselves in the ground. If they didn't handle this matter well, the Tsang family would definitely become a laughingstock on the ancient road. Even the reputation of the Overlord clan would be affected. A supreme ancestor of the Tsang family couldn't sit still anymore. He tore the void apart and flew towards the desolate ancient star to demand an explanation. Even if he didn't kill Jun Xiaoyao, he had to at least clean up the matter. Moreover, the Tsang family had received news that the Wu Protector and the others were still alive and were undergoing some kind of cultivation and transformation. The Tsang family naturally wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. However, just as the supreme ancestor of the Tsang family was about to descend on the desolate ancient star, a figure in golden armor with the aura of a supreme ancestor appeared in front of him again. Seeing this figure, the Tsang family ancestor's eyes twitched slightly. He said in a neutral tone, "So, it's the enforcer." The person who appeared was the enforcer, Tuoba Zhan. "Sanya ancestor, where are you going?" Tuoba Zhan said indifferently. 10,000 of my Tsang family have died. Isn't this a big deal? Sanya ancestor said indifferently. As I said before, the rules of the ancient road cannot be broken. Your Tsang family sent great sage elders, and I turned a blind eye to it. Now even a supreme ancestor like you has personally taken action. Isn't this a little too much? Tuoba Zhan said coldly. Sanya ancestor's face twitched. To be honest, even he felt embarrassed. A group of great sage elders of the Tsang family were like grandsons being bullied by a young prodigy. They had no face at all. "Let's go back." Tuoba Jean said. "If this old man doesn't look for Jun Xiaoyao, can't I look for the saint physique of the desolate ancient temple?" Sanya ancestor naturally couldn't retreat so easily. No matter what, when the time comes, the Jun family's son of God will definitely be involved. You are also breaking the rules. Tuoba Jean didn't back down. You are abusing your position for personal gain. Sanya ancestor was so angry that his face was trembling. He was old and experienced. How could he not see that although Tuoba Jean said on the surface that he was abiding by the rules of the ancient road, he was actually protecting the Jun family's son of God. He was full of righteousness and rules, but in fact he just wanted to curry favor with the Jun family's son of God and hug the Jun family's thigh. Tuoba Jean's face suddenly turned cold. He took out a golden token and said, "Sanya ancestor, you dare to slander the enforcers. Don't blame me for calling the other enforcers to suppress you." Sanya ancestor was so angry that his liver hurt. After becoming a supreme being, he hadn't suffered such anger for a long time. Good. I heard that Jun Xiaoyao will step onto the Conqueror Star and come to my Tsong family to seek justice. This old man wants to see how he will seek justice. Sanya ancestor flicked his sleeves and turned to leave without accomplishing anything. Seeing Sanya ancestor leave, Tuoba Jean's face relaxed and revealed a faint smile. He believed that with Jun Xiaoyao's intelligence, he would naturally know how many things he had done in secret. Previously, I did this purely to establish a relationship with the Jun family and to become a member of the Jun family. But now, after seeing the Son of God's talent, even if it's just to establish a good relationship with the Son of God, it is absolutely worth it. Tuoba Jean said to himself with a faint smile. He believed that his vision and choice wouldn't be wrong. Jun Xiaoyao would still bring shock to others. For a better reading experience, please visit the mobile version of the website /book/5975/ Chapter 705. On the desolate planet, the onlookers did not disperse. They were waiting for the show to begin. However, some people were confused as to why the Conquer Star Tsong family had not done anything. Logically speaking, tens of thousands of people from the Tsong family had died here, including a few great saints. It was impossible for the Tsong family to do nothing. However, they did not see any reinforcements from the Tsong family. A glint of light flashed in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, and the corner of his lips curled into a faint smile. Tuoba Jean is still very responsible, Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. Jun Xiaoyao would not be stingy with such a tactful person. When the time came, he could bring him into the Jun family as a guest. It seems like young Master Jun has a powerful backer, Ji Qingyi said with a smile. It's nothing. It's just an enforcer who is related to my Jun family's ancestor, Jun Xiaoyao said. During these days, Ji Qingyi did not leave. Instead, she discussed cultivation with Jun Xiaoyao. What surprised Ji Qingyi was that Jun Xiaoyao's understanding of cultivation had reached a very deep level. She had also discussed cultivation with the mysterious successor of the human immortal sect. That successor's knowledge of cultivation was already very high. His understanding of cultivation was comparable to many primordial experts. However, Jun Xiaoyao's understanding of cultivation was at the level of a living fossil. The reason why Jun Xiaoyao had such an understanding was because he had developed his own path and developed his own inner universe. However, he did not tell Ji Qingyi about this. Since Ji Qingyi could not be considered a true friend of his, Jun Xiaoyao naturally would not tell her everything. He was just going with the flow. Looking at Ji Qingyi and Jun Xiaoyao, who were chatting happily, the onlookers inexplicably felt that the successor of the human immortal sect was a cuckold. Next, Jun Xiaoyao waited for Wu, Hu, and the others to cultivate. As time passed, the auras of the 300 palace guards trembled as they started to break through. The reason why the descendants of the palace guards were weak was because of the desolate planet. It was all because of the lack of heaven and earth spiritual qi on the desolate planet, and they did not have any cultivation methods. Jun Xiaoyao not only gave them the sacred body essence blood, but he also told them about the sacred body cultivation experience he had obtained from the handwritten notes of his ancestors. This kind of cultivation experience was even more precious than the essence blood of a saintly being. Half a month had passed, and the auras of the palace guardians surged, and their cultivation base soared. Void God, True God, Heavenly God, Tao God, Jun Xiaoyao's drop of saintly body essence blood was not restricted by any shackles. For these palace guards, it was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. The saint physique bloodline potential hidden in their bodies was completely stimulated, not to mention those in the prime of their lives. Even Ning Defa and the other old people had undergone huge changes. His stooped body straightened, and his white hair turned into a thick black hair. He was in high spirits, and his qi and blood surged. It was as if he had returned to his middle age. Tao God stage. After sensing his own realm, Ning Defa was in disbelief. It was as if he was dreaming. Although the deity realm wasn't considered much in the current ancient ultimate road, the deity realm wasn't much. However, to them, it was a realm that they did not even dare to dream of. Ning Qin and Xiao Xuanxuan's cultivation base had also reached the Tao integration realm. It did not sound like much, but one had to know that Ning Qin and Xiao Xianxian were only around 10 years old. To be able to reach the Tao integration realm at such a young age was already an extremely monstrous existence. Their future prospects were limitless. Thank you for your gift, my lord. Ning Defa and the group of palace guards bowed and worshipped him. Thank you, my lord. Ning Chen and Xiao Xianxian were also extremely excited and overjoyed. It's nothing. This is just the starting point. Your future is limitless, Jun Xiaoyao said with a smile. Then he turned his gaze to Wu Hu. Compared to the 300 palace guards, he was more curious about how far Wu Hu could reach. Wu Hu was not one of those palace guards who did not know how to cultivate. He had broken 5 shackles and cultivated to the sacred Lord stage with a sacred body. He was more worth looking forward to. A month passed. At a certain moment, the roar of wind and thunder came from Wu Hu's body. The earth trembled and the qi of heaven and earth surged. The barren, desolate planet began to gather spirit qi at that moment, forming a storm and rushing into Wu Hu's body. It was as if the entire desolate planet was helping Wu Hu to transform and break through. What's going on? The entire desolate planet is shaking. Is that sacred body going to break through? The onlookers who were waiting there could not help but exclaim. Their gazes were all focused on Wu Hu. Previously, Jun Xiaoyao had broken through and defeated everyone. Now it was Wu Hu's turn. Could it be that the lineage of sacred bodies was really going to rise? Under everyone's shocked gazes, Wu Hu's cracked and broken sacred body was emitting endless golden divine light and began to repair. A vast force emerged, and all kinds of strange phenomena appeared. At the same time, a chain filled with the suppression of the heavenly path could be vaguely seen wrapped around Wu Hu's body. That's the shackle of the heavenly path. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes dimmed. That was because he had signed in a complete, sacred body of the ancients when he was born. Therefore, he could not understand what it felt like to be restricted by shackles. Wu Hu let out a long roar and stepped into the sky. His black hair danced in the wind, and he looked majestic. At that moment, he had swept away his decadent image of the past. He was high-spirited and full of pride, and he wanted to compete with the heavens. So what if the heavens have shackled me? It won't reduce my arrogance. Wu Hu's voice was mighty. Divine power surged and radiated in all directions. It was as if a god of war had awakened. After completely refining the 50 drops of sacred body blood essence given by Jun Xiaoyao, his sacred body bloodline had undergone a qualitative change. It felt as if a sacred body of the ancients had given him the awakened blood essence. Kaboom! Chaotic thunder, tribulation rolled in the sky. Dense, divine chains of order appeared. It was a scene of destruction. Is he going to break through to the quasi-supreme realm? Many geniuses took a deep breath and were shocked. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, was very calm when he saw what happened. All of this was within his expectations. Wu, who had been tortured and suppressed for a long time. But this was also a kind of training and cultivation. Like a spring, when pressed to the extreme, it could completely rebound as long as an opportunity was released. Jun Xiaoyao's sacred body blood essence was an opportunity. Kaboom! The quasi-supreme tribulation was extremely terrifying. Even if it was not comparable to the real supreme tribulation, it was still a scene of destruction. I heard that in the real supreme tribulation, many ancient powerhouses will appear and fight with the current tribulation transcendence. Although it's a quasi-supreme tribulation now, it's still extremely terrifying. Many of the surrounding geniuses and cultivators who were watching all hid far away. Such a quasi-supreme tribulation would cause one's physical body to be destroyed and one's soul to scatter. Of course, they did not leave. It was rare to see a quasi-supreme tribulation. Even if they could watch it, it would be a great opportunity and very helpful for cultivation and enlightenment. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, Wu Hu's body was bathed in the chaotic thunder tribulation. Those thunderbolts could not hurt his sacred body at all. The tribulation lasted for a full 7 days and 7 nights. In the end, Wu Hu's qi and blood soared into the sky and shook all directions. With a long roar, the tribulation clouds in the sky shattered. At the same time, the heavenly Tao shackle on the surface of his body was also completely broken by him. Wu, who broke the 6th shackle of the sacred body and broke through from the sacred Lord realm to the quasi-supreme realm. For a moment, a vast wave surged out. His qi and blood were like an ocean, drowning the world. For a better reading experience, please visit the mobile version of the website, /book/5975/. Chapter 706. The raging quasi-supreme aura surged in all directions. All the spectators around felt suffocated as if they were witnessing the awakening of a god. This is terrifying. It's not like I've never seen a quasi-supreme before, but this aura is simply not on the same level as those quasi-supreme beings. A genius exclaimed in horror. This aura was comparable to that of a real 9 heavens supremacy. Nonsense, this is a sacred body. If it were the same as an ordinary quasi-supreme, would it still be called the sacred body of the ancients? Someone retorted, the sacred body of the ancients was limited by the world. However, once this limit was broken and a higher level was broken, its strength would be extremely terrifying and invincible among those of the same level. At this moment, Wu, who was bathed in lightning and looked like a golden god of war, every inch of his body was flowing with sacred body runes. As he breathed, his qi and blood surged like wind and thunder. He opened his mouth and swallowed all the lightning into his body, using it to refine his sacred body after the breakthrough. After another 3 days, Wu Hu finally finished consolidating his cultivation. He had reached the quasi-supreme level and had broken the 6th shackle of the sacred body. Although he was far from being comparable to Jun Xiaoyao, a sacred body with 6 shackles was very rare in ancient times. One had to know that the former temple master, who fought 3 immortal kings alone, had only broken 7 shackles. Senior Wu Hu, congratulations, Jun Xiaoyao said with a smile. Jun Xiaoyao, thank you. Wu Hu sincerely saluted Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao had changed the fate of him and the entire temple guard's bloodline with his own strength. In fact, even without them, Jun Xiaoyao alone was enough to make the sacred body of the ancients shine for thousands of years. Senior, you don't have to be so polite. I also received the inheritance of a sacred palace of the ancients. Naturally, I have to do my part. Jun Xiaoyao smiled modestly. Haha, by the way, I heard that in addition to the Jun family, you also have the imperial court behind you. Is that a force you established yourself? Wu Hu smiled and said, "That's right." Jun Xiaoyao nodded. "I wonder if I have the honor of joining the monarch imperial court." Protector Wu smiled. "Of course, you're most welcome," Jun Xiaoyao said. "My lord, we want to join as well." Ning Defa pulled Ning Qin and little Xian Xian along. There were also 300 palace guards. Their eyes were filled with respect and admiration. Without Jun Xiaoyao, they wouldn't be where they were now. "All right, all of you can join. I'll plan for this later. But for now, don't we still have things to do?" Jun Xiaoyao smiled. There was a hint of coldness in that smile. When Ning Defa and the rest heard this, their eyes suddenly burned with flames. That was the fire of revenge. They hadn't forgotten that Jun Xiaoyao had said that he would lead them to trample the tyrant star and destroy the Tsang family. "I have waited for this day for far too long. It is time." Wu Hu's eyes were filled with killing intent. The killing intent of a quasi-supreme seemed to have frozen the world. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. With a flip of his hand, the dark, golden, desolate god armor appeared and landed on Wu Hu. "Jun Xiaoyao, what are you?" Wu Hu was surprised. "Senior Wu Hu, although you have broken through to the quasi-supreme realm, the Tsang family has two quasi-supreme ancestors other than the Tsang family's old ancestor." During this period of time, Jun Xiaoyao had gathered most of the information about the Tsang family. Jun Xiaoyao believed in Wu Hu's strength, but just in case, he still had to give him the desolate god armor. This imperial weapon could only be used to its fullest in Wu Hu's hands. Wu Hu didn't hesitate and accepted it directly. After all, he was now a member of the monarch imperial court. The desolate god armor belonged to Jun Xiaoyao and the monarch imperial court. Wearing the dark, golden, desolate god armor, Wu Hu looked like an ancient war god. His aura was strong, and the aura of an emperor filled the air. Wu Hu wasn't afraid of supremes to begin with. Now that he was wearing the imperial weapon, the desolate god armor, he didn't have to be afraid of the Tsang family supremes. Jun Xiaoyao's body shook slightly. 7-colored dragon chi spread out, and a silver armor with a 7-colored luster attached to Jun Xiaoyao's body. 7-colored sacred dragon armor. Jun Xiaoyao flicked his wrist, and a domineering halberd that emanated a wild, murderous aura appeared in his hand. It was the quasi-emperor weapon, the great desolate halberd. Jun Xiaoyao was wearing the 7-colored sacred dragon armor and holding the great desolate halberd. Once again, he changed from a white-robed immortal to an iron-blooded war god. This change in temperament made many sky prides fearful. It also made many female cultivators' eyes light up. Jun Xiaoyao's white robe fluttered in the wind. He was like a handsome young master in a chaotic world. At that moment, Jun Xiaoyao, who was clad in armor and wielding a halberd, looked like an emperor vying for supremacy over the world. These two temperaments appeared on a man at the same time. It was natural that the women would go crazy. Under Jun Xiaoyao's lead, Wu Hu and the 300 palace guards were filled with battle intent and killing intent. Even Ning Qin and little Xian Xian went with them, even though they were still young and couldn't kill the enemy. However, being able to witness the destruction of their mortal enemy with their own eyes was also very helpful in shaping their Dao hearts. The group set off in a mighty manner. Ji, Qingyi, Sakura, Shangxuani, and the other sky prides of the ancient road followed closely behind. On the other side, the Conquer Star Tsang family was also the first to know that Wu Hu had become a quasi-supreme. This made Patriarch Tsang furious. If Tuoba Zhan hadn't stopped him, he wouldn't be in such a big trouble now. Patriarch Tsang Yu wasn't afraid of a quasi-supreme. However, he couldn't help but be wary of a quasi-supreme with a sacred body. On the Tsang family's side, the family protective grand formation was also raised. Many of the Tsang family's cultivator guards were mobilized. The remaining elders of the Tsang family were also mobilized. It could be said that the entire Tsang family was jittery at the slightest sound. Many members of the Tsang family were drenched in cold sweat. What should we do? The son of God of the Jun family is the one who's going to make trouble for our Tsang family. The Jun family can easily destroy our Tsang family by sending out an expert. How can we compete with them? Many of the younger members of the Tsang family were panicking. The Tsang family was used to being domineering. They weren't afraid of ordinary immortal factions. However, Jun Xiaoyao was different. No one in the Nine Heavens immortal realm dared to underestimate his status. When the Son of God was angry, the world would turn upside down. This was no joke. Humph, what are you afraid of? I heard the conqueror is coming. When the time comes, even the Son of God will have to stand aside. A sky pride of the Tsang family, who knew some inside information, harumphed coldly. What? That's great. It's enough as long as our Tsang family can hold on. That's right, the Conqueror Ancestral Hall won't give up on our Tsang family. The younger members of the Tsang family were filled with hope. Outside the Tsang family, many cultivators from other factions had come to watch the show. They were all gloating over the Tsang family's misfortune. The Tsang family was too domineering. They had offended many factions. Now that they were in trouble, they were lucky that no one hit them when they were down, let alone help them. While waiting, Jun Xiaoyao and the others crossed the starry sky and landed on the Conqueror Star. As soon as they got close to the Conqueror Star, Jun Xiaoyao felt a suppression. It was the suppression from the Conqueror Star. Wu, who said coldly, before the sacred physique lineage fell behind, the desolate star also declined. On the other hand, the Conqueror Star grew stronger after absorbing the spiritual qi of the desolate star. Jun Xiaoyao understood. After the Conqueror Star absorbed the spiritual qi of the desolate star, it was only suitable for those of the sacred physique lineage and the Tsang family to cultivate. Any other cultivator would be suppressed by the Conqueror Star. As for the sacred physique of the ancients, it would be suppressed by the Conqueror Star. Ning Defa and the others also felt a sense of suppression. After all, they also had a trace of sacred physique blood in their bodies. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a cold smile. He suddenly activated his divine power and the power of the 5 Sumer realms in his body. The great Baron halberd in his hand pointed diagonally at the sky. A terrifying, boundless force burst out and swept across the starry sky of the universe. Jun Xiaoyao activated the power of the inner universe at the same time. All kinds of rules of order filled the air and runes branded the void. The power of the origin of the universe surged and wrapped around the great Baron halberd. The quasi-emperor weapon also began to unleash its power, releasing a terrifying aura that could destroy everything in its path. The desolate star also began to tremble. It seemed that an inexplicable power began to bless Jun Xiaoyao. Behind him, the reverence of the 10,000 saints, the immortal king descends to the 9 heavens, the chaos seed green lotus, and the yin-yang portrait of life and death appeared together. Many majestic figures also appeared. When Wu who saw these figures, his pupils trembled. These figures were the sacred physique ancestors of the Temple of the Ancients. As for why the phantoms of the ancestors of the Saint Physique appeared, it was probably because Jun Xiaoyao had refined the pool of Saint Physique blood. My sacred physique lineage can't even suppress the heavens, let alone a mere conqueror star. Jun Xiaoyao stood above the 9 heavens and raised the great Baron halberd in his hand. He suddenly slashed it down at the Conqueror Star. This halberd contained the power of the origin of the inner universe, the power of the 5 Sumer realms, and the power of the 4 sacred physique phenomena. There was also the support of the desolate star and the sacred physique ancestors. When the halberd fell, it destroyed the vast expanse, and the stars in the sky were annihilated. The void was filled with cracks. All kinds of runes spread, and the divine chains collapsed. The scene was extremely terrifying. It was as if the god of war had destroyed the world. The entire Conqueror Star was split into 2 halves by this halberd. For a better reading experience, please visit the mobile website /book/5975/ Chapter 707. A deafening roar reverberated throughout the universe. The Sky Prides who had followed along to watch the show were all tongue-tied, as if they had just witnessed the most unbelievable thing in the world. One man and one halberd had sliced an ancient planet with life in half. This scene was too shocking. It caused everyone's hearts to surge, and they were shocked speechless. Is this the true strength of the Son of God of the June family? Many Sky Prides swallowed their saliva. Even Ji Qingyi, Sakura, and Shengxuani, who had previously thought highly of Jun Xiaoyao, were shocked. They realized that they couldn't fathom Jun Xiaoyao's true strength at all. Young Master Jun, how deep have you hidden your strength? Ji Qingyi sighed. Even someone as meticulous as her felt like she was facing a deep well when facing Jun Xiaoyao. She couldn't see the bottom at all. As for the cultivators on the Conqueror Star, they were shocked to find that the earth was shaking violently as if an earthquake had occurred. What shocked them even more was that the sky above their heads had split into two halves. The huge spatial crack seemed to have split the entire Tsangming into two. The scene was too shocking. It was as if doomsday had arrived. The sky had collapsed and the earth was shaking. How dare you! The Supreme Patriarch's angry roar came from the Tsang family's ancestral land. They never expected Jun Xiaoyao to use such a move to slice the Conqueror Star in half. None of them expected Jun Xiaoyao to be capable of such a feat compared to the furious Tsang family. In the starry sky, the 300 palace guards were extremely excited when they saw the scene. Their blood was boiling. The admiration in the eyes of Ning Qin and little Xian was so strong that could not be dispersed. They also felt that the suppression force had disappeared without a trace. Obviously, the Conqueror Star's origin had been damaged by Jun Xiaoyao's halberd, and its spiritual energy was drained. Let's go! Jun Xiaoyao swung the great desolate halberd in his hand. The halberd vibrated and let out a metallic hum. It wasn't the first time Jun Xiaoyao had destroyed a planet. He had destroyed the Hell Star before. Of course, compared to the Hell Star, the Conqueror Star was an ancient planet with life. It was much bigger. However, Jun Xiaoyao's strength was also in the Great Saint stage. It was far from what it was before. The Conqueror Star had been split into two. Many cultivators, in a panic, flew into the starry sky. Of course, there were also many mortals or people with low cultivation who couldn't leave the Conqueror Star. Jun Xiaoyao didn't care. Who would care about the lives of the ants beside him? Not to mention, most of the people living on the Tyrant Star were more or less related to the Tsang family and the Overlord physique. Perhaps it was their mortal descendants. That was why Jun Xiaoyao had no sympathy for him. It didn't take long for Jun Xiaoyao and the others to arrive at the Conqueror Star Tsang family's territory. The rest of the onlookers followed behind. Many of the cultivators and Sky Prides from the 70 Pass followed closely behind. Many people were curious. Would the famous Tsang family of the Conqueror Star really be destroyed today? The atmosphere in the Tsang family of the Conqueror Star was somber. 3 suns shone brightly in the sky. They were the 3 patriarchs of the Tsang family. The one in the middle was Patriarch Tsangya, the only supreme stage patriarch of the Tsang family. As for the other 2, they were both at the quasi-supreme level. There were also a group of Tsang family elders, soldiers, and young Sky Prides. They looked up at the sky and saw a domineering figure descending. An indifferent voice came from the figure's mouth. Looks like the Yellow Springs path will be a little crowded today. These words caused Ancestor Tsang Ya's face to darken. Jun Xiaoyao, don't act recklessly just because of your background. Leave now, and there will still be room for negotiation. Tsang Ya said coldly. The figure descending was naturally Jun Xiaoyao. Beside him, Wu, whose eyes were cold and murderous. The 300 palace guards were also filled with murderous intent. Behind them were tens of thousands of spectators. In the sky even further away, Tuoba Zhan stood with his hands behind his back as he watched the entire battle. He naturally wanted to protect Jun Xiaoyao in secret, so as to prevent the Song clan's paragon master from going crazy and harming Jun Xiaoyao. There's no need to waste words on a dead man. Senior Wu, who do it? Jun Xiaoyao sneered. He didn't want to waste any more words. He would destroy the Conquer Star Song family. Prepare to die. Wu, who was also very straightforward. He immediately attacked, his qi and blood surging, vast and mighty in the 9 heavens imperial court. He was clad in the desolate god armor, and his emperor's might filled the air. Like a golden god of war, he dashed forward. Kill! Seeing this, old ancestor Tsang did not say anything more and joined forces with the other 2 Tsang family quasi-supreme beings to attack together. At the same time, he also took out an imperial armament. It was an enormous hammer forged from immortal metal. Song family's 3rd ancestor fought against Wu, who? Jun Xiaoyao held the great, desolate halberd in his hand and said indifferently, Song family tampered with history and slandered the sacred body's ancestor. In order to protect the immortal realm, the desolate ancient temple's ancestor fought against the 3 immortal kings of the other side, killing one and seriously injuring the other 2. In the end, he returned, but was defeated by the overlord body scheme. Today, all of you will atone for your sins with your lives. Jun Xiaoyao's voice was mighty, spreading through the starry sky. When the spectators heard this, they were extremely shocked. They indeed didn't know the secret, because this was history that had been sealed and tampered with. When Ning Defa and the others heard this, they were so agitated that their bodies trembled slightly. They knew that Jun Xiaoyao had chosen to reveal the truth when everyone was looking at him. It was to let the truth spread completely and let the world know. Impudent, don't slander our overlord body's ancestor. Some Song family elders' faces immediately flushed red as they berated. However, there was some panic in their eyes. If it was Ning Defa and the others who said this, with their insignificant status, no one would believe them at all. However, the one who said this now was the famous son of God of the Jun family. To put it bluntly, every single word that came out of Jun Xiaoyao's mouth was worth paying attention to. Moreover, it was such an explosive truth. What? There's actually such a thing. Back then, that sacred body actually fell because of this? Some cultivators were extremely surprised when they heard this. Is what the Jun family's son of God said true? Of course, not all cultivators believed it after hearing this. What? You dare not believe Lord Son of God. Lord Son of God definitely wouldn't lie. Many female cultivators raised their eyebrows and retorted, why wouldn't the Son of God lie? How could someone as handsome as Lord Son of God lie? Those female cultivators vowed with certainty, their beautiful eyes filled with hearts. No matter what, the truth had been spread, and it would have a great impact on the reputation of the Overlord clan. Jun Xiaoyao, you're too arrogant. We'll suppress you first. The Song family elder knew that they couldn't let Jun Xiaoyao speak anymore, so they immediately suppressed him. Suppressing the Son of God? Are you even worthy? The 7-colored sacred dragon armor on Jun Xiaoyao's body flowed with radiance, and the great barren halberd in his hand exuded a terrifying aura that could destroy everything. He activated his great saint realm strength, and his dermic powers surged. He casually slashed out with the halberd, instantly killing several Saint King realm elders. Overlord Fist. The Song family elder was an expert at the great perfection stage of the Great Saint realm, close to the sacred Lord realm. He threw out a punch with boundless dominance, and the void cracked and ripples spread out. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao threw out the great barren halberd in his hand, and it surged forward like a dragon. At the same time, the power of life and death surged in his hands. A wisp of life and death immortal qi appeared on the surface of his body. In the void behind him, the power of life and death and yin and yang gathered, forming a black and white pattern that covered the sky. Heavenly wheel of death, yin-yang pattern of life and death. the two ultimate techniques combined with the immortal chi of life and death, and when combined, it instantly caused the world to become chaotic. It was as if all living things were about to be pulled into the cycle of life and death, and the fluctuations were boundless and terrifying. For a better reading experience, please visit the mobile version of the website, /book/5975/. Chapter 708. The All-Heaven Wheel of Death was one of Jun Xiaoyao's trump cards, and it was extremely powerful. The yin-yang portrait of life and death was Jun Xiaoyao's new saint physique phenomenon, and it was equally powerful, together with the life and death immortal chi. These three trump cards were all related to the power of life and death, and when they were combined, it was not a simple combination. Their power would increase exponentially. Rumble. Jun Xiaoyao was like an immortal king pushing the wheel of life and death, and the yin-yang portrait of life and death pressed down at the same time, together with the life and death immortal chi. The power of this move was enough to make heaven and earth tremble. Boom! Jun Xiaoyao collided with the Tsang family's Grand Elder, who was using the Tyrant Fist. The dermic power of the great saint realm rippled wildly in all directions. With the two of them as the center, a huge radial crack spread out on the ground. In this clash of ultimate moves, the Tsang family's Grand Elder felt as if he was being pulled into a whirlpool of life and death, and his vitality was rapidly draining away. He hurriedly retreated, and blood flowed out of his mouth from the impact. Jun Xiaoyao took the opportunity to charge forward, holding the great desolate halberd in his hand again, and slashed at the Tsang family's Grand Elder. Puchi! Blood splattered everywhere, and the blood of the great saint smashed into the ground like boulders, creating a loud boom. The Tsang family's Grand Elder let out a scream as half of his body was chopped off. Although the body of a great saint expert could still be repaired, the Tsang family's Grand Elder was still injured. However, the Tsang family's Grand Elder was shocked to find that there was a strange barren force around the wound, preventing it from healing. This was the barren force of the great desolate halberd. Kid, don't be so arrogant. The other Tsang family's elders naturally could not ignore this. They all rushed forward and surrounded Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao swept the halberd with one hand, and the yin-yang portrait of life and death pressed down. On the other hand, he used the Kuan Peng's Grand Mystique. These Grand Mystiques became more powerful as Jun Xiaoyao's strength increased. A huge Kuan Peng appeared in the void, and with a flick of its tail, a huge wave of runes, and smashed a group of saint kings and elders into blood. Even the great saint stage elders coughed up blood as their arms exploded. Jun Xiaoyao single-handedly swept through the entire field with unparalleled bravery. As for the other 300 palace guards, they were also extremely ferocious as they fought against the experts of the Tsang family. After the transformation, their strength was far from what it was before. Each and every one of them was incomparably ferocious. They had been suppressing their pain for so long, and now they were filled with boundless rage that burned toward the Tsang clan cultivators. A rain of blood drifted down, and miserable shrieks rose and fell one after another, lingering on incessantly. Many of the spectating sky prides swallowed hard at the sight of this. It was too cruel. It was a one-sided battle. Although there were only 300 palace guards, they were like a pack of wolves or a flock of sheep. The cultivators of the Tsang family were unable to resist and could only be slaughtered. And in the supreme level battle above the firmament, Protector Wu alone had the upper hand, suppressing old ancestor Kanjia and the other two. The physical body of the sacred body of the ancients was already unparalleled. Coupled with the imperial weapon, the barren god armor, the three of them were unable to do much damage to Wu Hu. When Protector Wu opened and closed his fist, it could shatter heaven and earth. Ordinary supremes could not withstand more than a few punches. Soon, one of the Tsang family's quasi-supreme grand ancestors had his physical body smashed by Protector Wu's fist. His quasi-supreme law was shattered, and his primordial spirit was scattered. Old Ancestor Kanjia was incomparably furious. He raised his head and sensed the supreme aura above the starry sky. He could not help but shout to Aubergine, "You stopped me from going to the desolate star before. Now that they are here, are you not going to do anything?" This cold shout did not receive a response. A moment later, there was an indifferent divine thought that sounded in old Ancestor Kanjia's mind. "This is your Tsang family's business. What does it have to do with me?" Uff! Old Ancestor Kanjia almost spat out a mouthful of blood. If Tuoba was in front of him now, he was afraid that he would not be able to resist tearing Tuoba apart. Of course, the premise was that he could beat him. "You are about to go to the netherworld. Do you still have the mood to care about other things?" Protector Wu's tone was cold, and the killing intent in his eyes condensed. Who will win and who will lose is still unknown. Old Ancestor Kanjia clenched his teeth and continued to attack with his emperor weapon. On Jun Xiaoyao's side, he was practically suppressing a group of Tsang family's elders by himself. Jun Xiaoyao's great desolate halberd swept across again, cutting the few elders in front of Tsang family's great elder into pieces. What's the point of pointless resistance? Let your sins bring you to hell. Jun Xiaoyao said coldly. Behind him, an immortal king phantom rose from the ground. It was the sacred physique vision, immortal king descending to the 9 heavens. His chest also shone at the same time, and the power of Sin Karma spread out. A terrifying dark red demonic light shot out along with a red lotus hellfire hole, and all kinds of Sin Karma threads intertwined. It was the third ability of the Supreme Bone, Sin Demonic Light. The demonic light shone on Tsang family's great elder and the rest. Instantly, countless red Sin Karma threads spread out and tightly entangled them. No, Tsang family's great elder and the rest struggled with all their might. Jun Xiaoyao activated the Supreme Bone's divine power again, and even more Sin Karma surged. Vaguely, this Sin Karma power condensed into red lotuses. Amidst the magnificence, there was the aura of sin and death. It was the complete version of the Supreme Bone's third ability, Sin Red Lotus. Up until now, there were a total of 6 abilities of the Supreme Bone. The first ability was the embryonic form of the Heaven's Calamity and the complete version of the Hand of Heaven. The second ability was the embryonic form of the Reincarnation Nirvana and the complete version of the Reincarnation Tao Disc. The third ability was the embryonic form of the Sin Demonic Light and the complete version of the Sin Red Lotus. Tsang family's great elder and the rest were wrapped up by the Sin Red Lotuses. Their bodies were burned by the flames of karma, and they were beyond redemption. They struggled and held miserably in the red lotuses, but they couldn't escape. In just 15 minutes, they lost all signs of life. Then the red lotuses bloomed, and only a pile of charred dust was left. Even their primordial spirits were burned into nothingness. This scene sent chills down the spines of the surrounding people. This move was too strange and too terrifying. Who could stop the flames of sin from burning their bodies? Oh my God, I almost forgot. The Jun family's Son of God also has a supreme bone in addition to the sacred body of the ancients. I didn't expect the Jun family's Son of God's supreme bone to have transformed to such an extent. All the onlooking Sky Pride sighed. Jun Xiaoyao's trump cards were simply one after another, and no one could figure them out. Seeing his family's elders all dead, Tsang Ye's great elder was even more resentful, and Supreme Being fluctuations spread out. However, it was clear that the Tsang family's momentum was gone. After killing the Tsang family's elders, Jun Xiaoyao swept through all directions as if he had entered a no-man's land. Countless Tsang family cultivators fell under the great barren halberd. It was a one-sided massacre. In the end, only Tsang Ye's great elder was left in the entire Tsang family. The other, quasi-supreme being powerhouse, was also torn apart by Wu Husheng. Song Ye's great elder's hair was disheveled, and the corners of his mouth were full of blood. He said with a ferocious expression, "You destroyed my Tsang family. Aren't you afraid of the Overlord Ancestral Hall's revenge?" Wu Husheng's face turned even colder when he heard the Overlord Ancestral Hall. He said indifferently, "Don't worry, after I destroy your Tsang family, the Overlord Ancestral Hall will also follow in your footsteps." After saying that, Wu Husheng attacked aggressively, and the desolate god armor released Endless Emperor's aura. Song Ye's great elder was beaten until he coughed up blood and retreated, even though he also had an emperor weapon. However, compared to Wu Husheng, who had broken the shackles of the sacred body of the Six Paths, he was still a little weaker. Only the Overlord body was a true opponent of the sacred body. The Tsang family was only a follower of the Overlord body, and their bodies contained a trace of the Overlord body's bloodline. They couldn't even be considered a true Overlord body. So how could they beat Wu Husheng? Just as Wu Husheng was about to attack and completely destroy Song Ye's great elder, a starry sky suddenly appeared. In the depths of the starry sky, a figure suddenly appeared. He had a letter of challenge in his hand as he shouted loudly, "The Overlord has ordered you to stop immediately." When these words came out, the surroundings fell silent. Many people's eyes suddenly. Was the true Overlord body finally about to appear? For a better reading experience, please visit the mobile version of the website /book/5975/ Chapter 709. That figure was a young man. He descended from the starry sky with an indifferent look in his eyes. Seeing the miserable state of the Tsang family, he frowned but didn't have much of a reaction. Overlord. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was calm and indifferent. Previously, he had fought with the ancient Overlord body, Chu Tianba, in the eternal burial ground. At that time, Chu Tianba said that in this era of great battles, the Overlord of the Overlord body lineage would definitely appear and start a fated battle with the sacred body. If it was the sacred body of another era, it might really be a tough battle against the Overlord. But to Jun Xiaoyao, even if it was the Overlord, it was just SOSO. Humph! Wu, who completely ignored the man and continued to attack old ancestor Tsanya. "I am from the Overlord Ancestral Hall. This is the Overlord's letter of challenge." The young man frowned. The sacred bodies had forces and organizations like the Desolation Sacred Palace. Naturally, the Overlord body lineage wouldn't be scattered. The Overlord Ancestral Hall was the headquarters of the Overlord body lineage. However, this force and organization didn't have many people, just like the Desolation Sacred Palace. Even at its peak, there were only 3 sacred bodies. The number of pure-blooded sacred bodies and Overlord bodies in each generation was too small. However, there were slightly more cultivators with sacred bodies and Overlord bodies' bloodline. Strictly speaking, the 300 temple guards all had a trace of sacred body bloodline. And now, the man who came to send the message came from the Overlord Ancestral Hall. He also had a trace of Overlord body bloodline. Seeing that Wu, who was still attacking mercilessly, the man frowned. He didn't expect that Jun Xiaoyao and Wu, who were not afraid of the Overlord Ancestral Hall at all. Since when did even ants dare to clamor in front of the Son of God? Jun Xiaoyao's gaze was extremely cold as he threw out the great desolate halberd. The great desolate halberd cut through the void, and the halberd light overflowed into the sky as it pierced towards the man. The man's expression changed abruptly. The arrogance and haughtiness in his eyes disappeared and was replaced by panic. He felt that death was approaching. Envoys are not to be killed when 2 nations are at war. Jun Xiaoyao, you've gone too far. At this moment, the letter of challenge in his hand suddenly rose into the air and burst out with a blinding purple divine light. Amidst the surging purple light, an arrogant figure vaguely appeared. This figure directly blocked the attack of the great desolate halberd. A rough and mighty voice came out from the figure's mouth. The divine body lineage is the stepping stone of my overlord lineage. His voice was like thunder, spreading in all directions. Could that person be the overlord? Countless gazes gathered on that figure. It was merely a strand of aura on the letter of challenge, yet it was already so powerful, dominating the heavens, making one tremble in fear. The man behind him heaved a sigh of relief and turned to leave. Oh, it just so happens that this son of God also has something to say. Jun Xiaoyao said with a chuckle, Overlord, get over here and die. As his voice fell, Jun Xiaoyao urged his magic power, and the great desolate halberd burst forth with thousands of halberd light, directly tearing apart the overlord lineage's shadow. Then, without losing momentum, it directly pierced through the man who was trying to escape, killing him and staining the starry sky with blood. Jun Xiaoyao's strength silenced everyone. So what if it was the overlord ancestral hall? So what if it was the overlord? In Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, they were all useless. Haha, this is the spirit that the divine body lineage should have. Wu Hu also laughed heroically. He also urged his divine power, and his divine body's magic power overflowed into the sky as he attacked Ancestor Tsanya. The result was without suspense. In the end, Ancestor Tsanya was killed by Wu Hu. The sky trembled and blood rained down. Drops of Supreme Being blood smashed down like meteorites. All kinds of Supreme Being laws began to shatter, and the world turned dark. The wind howled as if mourning the death of a Supreme Being. At this point, the tyrannical conqueror star, Tsang family, completely ceased to exist. Around them, tens of thousands of cultivators looked at each other. Strictly speaking, the conqueror star Tsang family did not meet the standards of an immortal force. After all, their foundation was not deep enough, and their top powerhouses were not strong enough. However, they were still a top force with a supreme being overseeing it. Now, they were uprooted by a mere few hundred people. If this news spread, Jun Xiaoyao's reputation would probably soar again. Although the Tsang family's top powerhouse was killed by Wu Hu. In the end, without Jun Xiaoyao, there would not be Wu Hu and the 300 palace guards transformation. Jun Xiaoyao was the main reason for the destruction of the Tsang family. The son of God of the Jun family can no longer be looked at with the eyes of the younger generation. Many geniuses sighed. Jun Xiaoyao was no longer just invincible among the younger generation. He began to take large strides in the direction of a true top powerhouse. At that time, people would not only respect him because of his identity, background, and talent. He would also be invincible. The son of God of the Jun family may be the fastest young monster to break through to the Supreme Being stage in this era of great battles. Some people speculated, after the destruction of the Tsang family, the next step was to deal with the aftermath. Although the Tsang family was destroyed, there were many resources and foundations left. They could be used to nurture the 300 palace guards. What are your plans next? Wu Hu asked. I'll wait here for the overlord to come and die. Jun Xiaoyao said leisurely. Even Wu Hu was a little speechless. In the past, when the Saint Physique and the Overlord Physique fought, which one of them was not thrilling? However, when it came to Jun Xiaoyao, why did it sound like killing chickens and dogs? The young master is invincible. Tying Jade Hair said with a smile. She was very attentive. She brought out an armchair from the ruins of the Tsang family and placed it behind Jun Xiaoyao. She even made tea for Jun Xiaoyao. As a pet who stayed by Jun Xiaoyao's side every day, she knew some of Jun Xiaoyao's preferences. Jun Xiaoyao sat on the armchair with the great desolate halberd placed diagonally beside him. Tying Jade Hair served him tea. Jun Xiaoyao took it and took a sip. His attitude was as leisurely as one could imagine. The Son of God really doesn't care about the Overlord physique. Isn't that obvious? With the Jun family's Son of God's current strength, how many people could be worthy of his attention? However, the Overlord should not be underestimated. He's a supreme outlawed sky pride. The geniuses at the scene were intrigued. They decided to stay and witness the final show with their own eyes. Jun Xiaoyao sat on the armchair and sipped his tea. He knew that the overlord physique would not let this matter rest. He would definitely come. Not long after the Tsang family was destroyed and the messenger of the overlord ancestral hall was killed. In the depths of the ancient road of ultimate, there was a violent roar that shook the entire galaxy. It was as if an ancient beast had been awakened. Many cultivators on that section of the ancient road were trembling. What's going on? Is there a big change? Could it be that an ancient great evil has come out of seclusion? Under everyone's astonished gazes, a domineering and majestic figure accompanied by purple chi and blood that filled the sky. It was as if a battle sage king had come out of seclusion. He walked with a majestic gait. His aura could swallow mountains and rivers, and his roar could shatter stars. With every step he took, the surrounding void exploded. Any small planets, stars, and meteorites along the way were crushed by his indestructible body. The figure rushed toward the 70th level of the ancient road at an extremely fast speed. That person is the Overlord. Countless sky prides along the way exclaimed in shock. The domineering overlord had come out of seclusion and was rushing to a certain location. Was he going to fight someone? Could it be the son of God of the Jun family, who has the sacred body? Some people quickly thought of Jun Xiaoyao. The news of the 70th level had not spread so quickly. However, if the overlord came out of seclusion, his only opponent would be the Jun family's sacred body. After all, these two bodies were destined to be enemies. A battle was inevitable. This time, all the sky prides along the way were energized. They followed one after another. Tens of thousands of people wanted to witness this epic battle. For a better reading experience, please visit the mobile version of the website /book/5975/ Chapter 710. The sacred body of the ancients and the tyrant body of the heavens were both among the top 10 physiques among the 3,000. They were mortal enemies. Every era, the battle between the two physiques would attract the attention of countless people. The battle between the two physiques in this era was different from the previous ones. One of them was the son of God of the Jun family, Jun Xiaoyao, whose name shook the ancient road and was known to be invincible among the younger generation. The other was the tyrant body lineage, an invincible overlord that rarely appeared in several eras. It could be said that both of them had reached the peak of their respective physiques. Sacred bodies and tyrant bodies of many eras were not as talented as those two. It was precisely because of this that this battle was even more eye-catching, especially the overlord, who came all the way from the depths of the ancient road of ultimate without hiding his aura. He was like a ferocious dragon that could overturn rivers and seas. All the geniuses along the way were attracted and followed him. It's really the overlord. He's rushing to the 70th level of the ancient road. It's because of the son of God of the Jun family. I heard the news of the 70th level a few days ago. The Tsang family of the Conquer Star was destroyed by the son of God of the Jun family. During this time, the news of the 70th level of the ancient road of ultimate had gradually spread. After hearing the news, many geniuses understood why the overlord would rush to the 70th level of the ancient road of ultimate. Although the Tsang family of the Conquer Star did not represent the tyrant body lineage, they were still related to the tyrant body lineage. Jun Xiaoyao destroyed the Tsang family and killed the messenger of the tyrant body ancestral hall. He even wanted the overlord to come and face his death. That was blatant contempt. How could someone as arrogant and ambitious as the overlord stand such provocation? Therefore, the overlord did not hesitate and went all the way. Meanwhile, at the 70th level of the ancient road of ultimate, Jun Xiaoyao was sitting leisurely on the armchair. He was very relaxed, and the tying jade hair was still massaging his shoulders and legs. It could be said that those who did not know would not think that Jun Xiaoyao was going to fight a big battle. He was too relaxed, without any trace of nervousness. Wu Hu Ning Defa and the others were also extremely confident in Jun Xiaoyao. Ning Qin and little Xian Xian were looking forward to the upcoming battle. They wanted to see Jun Xiaoyao press that tyrant to the ground and beat him up. Ji, Qingyi, Sakura, Shangxuani, and the others had also been waiting here. They were also curious about the outcome of the battle between the Overlord and Jun Xiaoyao. Half a month passed. On this day, in the starry space outside the 70th level of the ancient road, a wave of purple qi and blood surged over, drowning the entire universe. Dong! 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 The sound of space trembling could be heard. It was as if a divine king was taking a step forward. Heaven and earth were trembling. At the 70th stage, almost all the geniuses had their eyes fixed on him. Overlord, that Overlord is here. Someone couldn't help but exclaim. They could sense a tremendous battle intent surging across the place. This battle intent alone was enough to make many heaven's favorites tremble in fear. Amidst the endless waves of purple qi and blood, a ferocious and majestic figure appeared. It was a purple-haired man with a muscular body. He wore a pitch-black and sinister armor with spikes extending from it. It was like the armor of a demon god. He held a purple-gold spear in his hand. His body was muscular, and his eyes were like two huge purple stars that shot out a demonic purple light. This was an extremely terrifying young heaven's favorite. Just by standing there, he was like a demon god. The starry space trembled with him. That domineering aura that swept across the entire universe could only be possessed by those of the Overlord bloodline. I, Xiang Fei, the Overlord, am here. Today, I bestow upon you the sage body. The Overlord's words were like thunder that shook the entire area. Many heaven's favorites were secretly shocked. This aura was too powerful. Ordinary heaven's favorites did not even have the courage to face him. Their Dao heart was about to collapse. On the other side, in the ruins of the Tsang family, Jun Xiaoyao was still sitting on the wooden armchair with the great, desolate halberd stabbed into the ground. He held a teacup and gently blew on it to disperse the heat. He did not seem to care about the domineering Overlord Xiang Fei at all. He did not even pay attention to him. This time, the two's auras formed a stark contrast. Xiang Fei was ferocious and domineering. His aura shook the galaxy as if a warring demon god had arrived. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, was leisurely sipping his tea. He did not care at all and was extremely carefree. With this comparison, the difference in strength was obvious. Above the starry space, Xiang Fei's purple eyes shot out cold lightning. It pierced through the endless void and looked at Jun Xiaoyao on the Overlord star. A strange look flashed across his eyes. Xiang Fei's cultivation base was now at the peak of the great sage ruler stage. Logically speaking, this was already very high. Among the younger generation of the ancient road of ultimate, he was definitely at the peak of his cultivation base. However, Jun Xiaoyao was now at the great sage stage. It could be said that he had left the majority of the geniuses far behind him. However, the difference in cultivation base did not make Xiang Fei cower. For heaven-defying supreme outlawed heavens favorites like them, it was not impossible for them to challenge those of a higher cultivation base. Moreover, the honor of being the Overlord body made it even more impossible for him to cower. Jun Xiaoyao, you destroyed the Tsang clan and killed my Overlord Ancestral Hall's members. Are you ready to admit defeat today? Xiang Fei's eyes shot cold lightning as his voice boomed. Jun Xiaoyao ignored him and continued sipping his tea. Xiang Fei's expression was extremely cold. Jun Xiaoyao did not even give him the most basic respect. Xiang Fei was not the only one. Even the other heaven's favorites felt that Jun Xiaoyao was being a little too confident. After all, his opponent was the Overlord, not some random Tom, Dick, or Harry. Xiang Fei's expression turned cold. Purple blood burst out of his body and turned into a raging wave that swept toward the Overlord star. All the meteorites along the way were shattered. However, The raging wave automatically disappeared when it was 10 feet away from Jun Xiaoyao. Magical power immunity. Jun Xiaoyao took a sip of his tea before looking up at Xiang Fei in the starry sky. A strange look appeared in his eyes as he muttered in his heart, "So that's how it is." On the surface, Jun Xiaoyao finally spoke. "In this world, there are two kinds of people who deserve to die. One is seeking death, and the other is powerless to survive. And you are both of them." After Jun Xiaoyao finished speaking, he sighed softly with a hint of pity. "Humph, who gave you such confidence?" Xiang Fei did not say anything else and directly attacked. He raised the purple-gold spear in his hand and swooped down from the starry sky like an angry dragon. The power of a saint at the peak of the Great Circle was completely unleashed, coupled with the power of his overlord body of the heavens. Even a true great saint would be terrified if they were to face Xiang Fei at this moment. He held the spear in his hand and thrust it forward. Countless Tao laws spread out, and the sharp light pierced the void. Runes poured down like a torrential ocean. His speed was also extremely fast. He was still in the starry sky one moment, and in the next he had already landed on the Overlord star and pierced toward Jun Xiaoyao. The ground caved in and was full of cracks. Xiang Fei was like a meteorite that smashed toward Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao looked up indifferently and stomped his foot on the ground. With a boom, the great desolate halberd that was stuck in the ground was jolted up. Then the halberd turned around and slashed toward Xiang Fei. The halberd light illuminated the sky, and the aura of a quasi-emperor weapon erupted. The space was destroyed, and the Tao laws surged like the sea and attacked together with the great desolate halberd. Clang! The purple-gold spear and the great desolate halberd collided, and an ear-piercing sound of metal colliding erupted. A blinding brilliance burst out as if 100 nuclear bombs had exploded at the same time. Thousands of rays of brilliance shot out, and the void collapsed. The scene was extremely shocking. Chapter 711. They had reached the Saint King and Great Saint stage. Although they could cause the sky to collapse and the earth to cave in with just a wave of their hands. However, they would never be able to break through space and shake the world like Jun Xiaoyao and Xiang Fei. It was as if two supreme beings were fighting each other. The scene was shocking. Are these the Saint Body and Overlord Body, which are ranked in the top 10 among the 3,000 physiques? Many people were so shocked that their eyes were trembling. At the center of the explosion, Xiang Fei's purplish gold divine spear collided with the great Baron halberd. The purplish gold divine spear was an ancient weapon of the Overlord Body lineage. It could withstand the attack of a quasi-emperor weapon. Jun Xiaoyao was still sitting on the armchair. He tilted his head slightly and channeled a vast amount of dermic power into the great Baron halberd. Bang! The great Baron halberd burst out with halberd radiance as if a primordial beast had awakened. A savage killing intent swept across the vast expanse. Xiang Fei was forced to take several steps back. The web between his thumb and forefinger was shattered and purple blood sputtered out. This. Xiang Fei's eyes froze for a moment. He could not believe it. With his strength, he was not even afraid of an ordinary great saint expert. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, was able to block the attack by simply sitting in the armchair without even standing up. What did this mean? It meant that although Jun Xiaoyao was in the initial stage of the great saint realm, his strength was far beyond that of an ordinary great saint expert. This is the strength of the Overlord Body lineage. It's just S.O. Jun Xiaoyao continued to take a sip of tea. This attitude caused the tens of thousands of spectating cultivators in the surrounding sky to be incomparably stunned. They had never expected such a situation to occur. They thought it would be a life-and-death battle like a tiger fighting a lion. However, it turned out that Xiang Fei was the only one fighting. Jun Xiaoyao did not even get up from the armchair. This was ridiculous. Xiang Fei's purple eyes were red with extreme killing intent. He could not tolerate such humiliation. In the void, the quasi-emperor weapon, the great Baron halberd, awakened and activated its own technique. The halberd radiance was tens of thousands of feet long as the emperor suppressed the heavens. Xiang Fei threw out the purple-gold divine spear, which collided with the great desolation halberd. Dazzling metallic sparks burst forth. As for himself, he threw a punch at Jun Xiaoyao. No matter what, he had to make Jun Xiaoyao stand up and fight with him. When this punch was thrown out, the fist light illuminated the sky and destroyed the void in front of it. This was the Tyrant Fist, the unique, great, divine ability of the Tyrant body's lineage. The fist could dominate the heavens and shatter the stars. It could be said that even a true great saint might not be able to withstand Xiang Fei's Tyrant Fist. When Jun Xiaoyao saw this, he gently raised his right hand and activated the power of 100,000 divine elephants. Behind him, the true body of the ancient divine elephants appeared and suppressed the galaxy. At the same time, Jun Xiaoyao clenched his fist and executed the Kuan Peng Infinite Divine Fist. He punched with the power of the divine elephant, the power of the Kunpeng, and the power of Jun Xiaoyao's sacred body of the ancients. Dong! Their fists collided. Golden qi and purple qi gushed out violently, each occupying half of the sky. The void trembled, cracked, and shattered like a piece of paper. Crack! The sound of bones cracking was heard, which attracted everyone's attention. Thump! 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 Xiang Fei's body was forced to retreat. Blood spurted out from his fist. The tyrant was at a disadvantage. Everyone who saw this scene could not hide the shock on their faces. The tyrant, who had been invincible on the ancient road of ultimate, was unable to shake Jun Xiaoyao at all. No, that's not right. Xiang Fei's eyes shone with cold light as he stared at Jun Xiaoyao. You don't have an ordinary sacred body. Xiang Fei's words caused everyone to be puzzled. Not an ordinary sacred body? What did he mean? Jun Xiaoyao looked calm and said faintly, "Oh, you can tell." "No, that's impossible. Since the primordial age, how could there be someone like you? A sacred body that has broken the 10 shackles. That's impossible." Xiang Fei's eyes trembled. He was so shocked that he could not help but exclaim. Others might not have been able to find out Jun Xiaoyao's background, but as the tyrant body's archenemy, he could feel that Jun Xiaoyao's sacred body did not show any signs of being restricted or imprisoned. This simply caused his faith to crumble. It was impossible for a complete sacred body of the ancients to appear in the ancient age. Shackles from the heavens and the sacred body's curse were all restrictions and restrictions on the sacred body of the ancients. Now, in front of his eyes, there was a living, complete version of the holy body. Xiang Fei's words were like thunder that resounded in everyone's mind. Many geniuses were stunned at first. Then they were shocked to the point of numbness. Did I hear that right? Did the tyrant just say a sacred body that has broken the 10 shackles? Is the Jun family's son of God such a monster? A complete sacred body of the ancients? It would be strange if he wasn't a monster. After a brief moment of dead silence, the heavens and earth were filled with endless clamor and gasps of shock. A complete sacred body without shackles was enough to shock them for a year. Ji Qingyi, Sakura, Shengxuani, and the others were also shocked. The sacred body of the ancients and the sacred body of the ancients that had broken the 10 shackles were two different things. One had limitations, while the other had unlimited potential. Jun Xiaoyao was calm in the face of the endless noise. He did not mean to hide his complete, sacred body. "If that's the case, are you ready to die?" Jun Xiaoyao said calmly. "Ha! I didn't expect to encounter a complete, sacred body. If I can kill you, I, Xiang Fei, will leave my name in the history of the tyrant body." There was no fear in Xiang Fei's eyes. As the tyrant body of the heavens, his mind was very firm. It was harder to make him back down than to kill him. Tyrant body, divine form. Xiang Fei did not hesitate at all. He immediately activated the tyrant body's trump card. Suddenly, the Kuin Pung divine form, Great Bell Taoist form, Immortal Phoenix feather, True Dragon Dharma form, Swanee divine form, Pisho Dharma form, and other divine forms appeared around him. Although he did not cultivate the complete 9 great divine forms, he had cultivated 6 of them. As soon as the 6 tyrant body divine forms appeared, the world shook, runes boiled, and thousands of precepts appeared in the void. This was the most powerful technique of the tyrant body. Once it was used, it could destroy everything. The terrifying fluctuation made all the geniuses change their expressions. Even Shangxuani and Ruing sensed the aura of death. Obviously, if they were to face Xiang Fei's move, they might not be able to withstand it. Jun Xiaoyao, who was in the middle of the battle, looked calm. In the void behind him, the vast yin-yang diagram of life and death appeared. It was like a black and white sky crushing down. There was also a chaotic aura in the air, and green lotuses swayed. The reverence of saints and immortal king descending to the 9th heaven were also used at the same time. Since Xiang Fei had used the 6 tyrant body divine forms, Jun Xiaoyao naturally had to respond with the 4 sacred body divine forms. The tyrant body divine forms against the sacred body divine forms were like needles against an awl. They collided and crushed each other, and thousands of divine rays burst out. The sky collapsed, and the earth sank, and the universe shook. This terrifying fluctuation caused the already broken Conqueror Star to split even faster. Humbly speaking, killing you is as easy as slaughtering a dog, Jun Xiaoyao said coldly. He raised his hand. An ray of light that seemed to have opened up from the chaos suddenly shot toward Xiang Fei. Genesis, light of God. Jun Xiaoyao was still sitting in his armchair, like an immortal god sitting high in the sky. With a raise of his hand, he sent down divine punishment and destroyed the world. Splat! The light of God pierced through Xiang Fei's chest. Purple blood splattered, and he felt as if his body was about to disintegrate. Xiang Fei let out a muffled groan as he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, a strange glint flashed through his purple eyes. He flashed in front of Jun Xiaoyao. Then he suddenly took out a jar and opened it. Black blood splashed out, splattering on Jun Xiaoyao's 7-colored sacred dragon armor. Jun Xiaoyao frowned. In an instant, an extremely cold and strange aura appeared in his mind. The black blood seemed to have found a host. It corroded the 7-colored sacred dragon armor and was about to seep into Jun Xiaoyao's body. This is the sacred body cursed blood. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes turned cold. He threw out a punch, and Xiang Fei's chest was shattered. His tyrant body was about to crack, and he was sent flying. The corner of his mouth curled into a deranged smile, as if his evil plan had succeeded. It turned out that this was a conspiracy from the beginning. A huge conspiracy against Jun Xiaoyao. You are not the tyrant. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were like swords, piercing toward Xiang Fei. Chapter 712. The crowd was dumbfounded. This kind of drastic change was out of everyone's expectations. First, Jun Xiaoyao completely crushed Xiang Fei, piercing through his overlord body with the divine light. Then, Xiang Fei took out the jar and spilled the black blood on Jun Xiaoyao. Finally, Jun Xiaoyao said, "You're not the overlord." In just a few breaths, there was so much information that many people couldn't react for a while, especially the sentence, "You're not the overlord." Everyone was stunned and completely confused. What's going on? Sakura and the others were all surprised and confused. Sizzle, sizzle. The black blood on Jun Xiaoyao's body was like a living creature. It kept corroding the 7-colored sacred dragon armor and invaded Jun Xiaoyao's sacred body at the same time. In Jun Xiaoyao's mind, a gloomy and cold aura emerged. It was as if there was a soul-sucking emissary in the unseen world who wanted to harvest the sacred body. At the same time, a demonic voice echoed and penetrated into his mind. The sacred body must die. His words were faint, mournful, and terrifying. It was like a poison that targeted the sacred body. The black blood was the blood of the sacred body of the ancients. However, it was the blood of the sacred body that was tainted by the curse. Jun Xiaoyao knew about the existence of the curse of the sacred body. Some sacred bodies of the ancients would encounter ominous and strange things in their later years, or when they encountered a catastrophe. In the end, they would either go crazy or die. Jun Xiaoyao had experienced a trace of this feeling when he was controlling the sacred body of the fallen. However, he didn't care too much at that time. He could only encounter the curse of the sacred body when he reached the later stages of his cultivation. But now, Xiang Fei was using underhanded means to splash the blood of the sacred body of the fallen on him, trying to corrupt his sacred body. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao's body was surrounded by black gas. This kind of blood of the sacred body of the ancients was very strange. Even though the sacred body of the ancients was immune to the power of evil, it was unable to resist such corrosion. It could be said that even for someone as powerful as Wu Hu, if he were to be tainted by the cursed blood, it would be extremely troublesome. This was because it had nothing to do with cultivation. It was the restraint of the saintly body. Jun Xiaoyao's body trembled slightly. From an outsider's point of view, it seemed that something was wrong. "Big brother, my lord!" Ning Chen, little Xian Xian, Ning Defa, and the others were startled. They, who had a trace of the saint body bloodline, could also feel the horror of the black blood. It could be said that if they came into contact with it, they would die almost instantly without exception. Wu Hu frowned as if he had thought of something. A cold glint flashed across his eyes. The tens of thousands of spectating cultivators also whispered to each other and made a commotion. What's going on? Xiang Fei's black blood has such a restraining effect on the saint body? I've heard that the saintly body lineage has a kind of curse since ancient times. It's very strange and difficult to deal with. Even the saintly body of great accomplishment might not be able to avoid it, let alone the son of God of the Jun family. By the way, the son of God of the Jun family also said that Xiang Fei is not the overlord. What does that mean? How can he not be the overlord? Everyone present was both surprised and puzzled. Everyone's attitude was different. Sheng Xuani and the 7 kill bandits in the dark had a glimmer of light in their eyes. If something really happened to Jun Xiaoyao because of the cursed blood, it would undoubtedly weaken his strength. It would also give the other geniuses a chance to surpass him. Sakura was still very curious and continued to observe. Ji Qingyi's eyes revealed a thoughtful look. She looked at Xiang Fei and thought, could this be a conspiracy of the overlord lineage? It could be said that the current situation was completely beyond everyone's expectations. It was originally a simple and straightforward battle between the saintly body and the overlord body. Now, it was shrouded in a layer of conspiracy. There seemed to be more to it than meets the eye. Cough, cough. Jun Xiaoyao, how does the cursed blood taste? The overlord ancestral hall took it from the corpse of a cursed ancient supreme saintly body. Xiang Fei knelt on the ground with one knee, his hand clutching his broken chest. Cracks appeared all over his body, as if he was a broken piece of porcelain. Even someone as strong as the overlord body could not withstand Jun Xiaoyao's killing attack. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao was still sitting on the armchair with a calm expression, although there was a black aura around his body, and strange runes appeared from time to time. However, he did not panic in the slightest. It seems that you are just a pathetic chess piece. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head lightly. In fact, he had sensed that something was wrong when he first saw Xiang Fei. It was not because Xiang Fei was a fake overlord body of the heavens. There was no doubt that he was the real overlord body of the heavens. However, he felt that he was not the overlord body of the heavens. In Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, he should be more interested in the overlord's strength. Unlike Xiang Fei, who didn't even have the slightest interest in getting up from his seat. Therefore, Jun Xiaoyao guessed that Xiang Fei was the overlord body of the heavens, but he was not necessarily the overlord. As for the others, they were all confused by him. They thought that as long as it was the overlord body, it must be the overlord. They did not know that although the overlord body of the heavens was rare, it was not to the extent that there could only be one in each era. Everyone had been deceived by Xiang Fei. In other words, they were deceived by the overlord body clan. Haha, so what if you are a chess piece? Now that you are stained with the cursed blood, the strength of your saintly body will be weakened gradually. The overlord body will kill you and show the prestige of the overlord body clan that she is invincible. Xiang Fei's eyes were filled with fanaticism. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Xiang Fei was not the overlord. This made everyone feel a little dizzy. They could not believe it. The domineering overlord body of the heavens, Xiang Fei, who was invincible on the ancient road, was not the real overlord. Moreover, from his tone, it seemed that he respected the real overlord very much. What was the identity of the overlord who was respected by the overlord body of the heavens? How strong was she? It was unimaginable. Damn, the overlord of this era is strong enough to have an overlord body of the heavens as her follower? It turns out that we have been misled. We thought that the overlord body of the heavens must be the overlord. Little did we know that there is not only one overlord body. At this time, everyone came back to their senses. They had been misled. They subconsciously thought that Xiang Fei must be the overlord. Now that there were two saintly bodies in front of them, why couldn't there be two overlord bodies? I see. It seems that the overlord ancestral hall wants to sacrifice you and weaken my strength with the cursed blood so that the real overlord can step on me and reach the peak. I have to say that sacrificing a real overlord body of the heavens is really bold. Jun Xiaoyao sighed. The overlord ancestral hall knew that Xiang Fei would definitely be at a disadvantage in the battle with Jun Xiaoyao. The battle between the two physiques would be a life and death battle. As long as Xiang Fei came, he would not be able to return alive from Jun Xiaoyao. Even if the experts of the Overlord Ancestral Hall came, they would not be able to take Xiang Fei away alive. Therefore, they directly sacrificed Xiang Fei and weakened Jun Xiaoyao to help the real Overlord. Since you have been abandoned, I, the Son of God, will be a good person until the end. I will send you on your way. Jun Xiaoyao looked indifferent. He did not plan to subdue an overlord body. An overlord body would never submit to a saintly body. It was engraved in their bones and blood. Jun Xiaoyao attacked again. The divine light annihilated everything and fell on Xiang Fei. Lord Overlord, you will avenge me. Xiang Fei roared. He exploded with all his strength and rushed toward Jun Xiaoyao to fight to the death. In the end, he was annihilated into ashes in the endless divine light. For a better reading experience, please visit the mobile version of the website /book/5975/ Chapter 713. A heavenly tyrant body had died and turned into ashes. Logically speaking, this would definitely be a big event that would shake the entire ancient road. The battle between the sacred body and the overlord body had come to a conclusion. But now, the scene fell into a strange silence, because what had happened was beyond everyone's expectations. Xiang Fei was the heavenly tyrant body, but he was not the overlord. The real overlord had yet to appear in front of the world. This caused many people to be shocked. The overlord of this generation had actually hidden himself so deeply. He had even confused everyone, but when they thought about it, they felt that it was reasonable. The overlord was the king of the tyrant bodies. No matter how weak he was, he would not be unable to resist Jun Xiaoyao. In everyone's eyes, Xiang Fei was already an extremely terrifying genius. That was why everyone subconsciously thought that he was the overlord. Xiang Fei himself had never denied it. Looking at the son of God of the Jun family, it seems that he had already expected that Xiang Fei was not the overlord. Yes, the son of God of the Jun family's attitude has been very disdainful from the beginning. In his eyes, even the tyrant body is nothing. Only the real overlord is barely worthy of his attention. But now, the son of God of the Jun family seems to have been infected by something bad. Is there something wrong with his body? Countless eyes fell on Jun Xiaoyao from all directions. If there was something wrong with Jun Xiaoyao's body, it would definitely have a greater impact than the battle between the two sacred bodies. After all, he already had the title of invincible among the younger generation. If there was something wrong with his body, there would definitely be many geniuses who would kick him when he was down. Not to mention that there were still the 7 defiant emperors in the dark. They might seize this opportunity to attack Jun Xiaoyao. In the end, Jun Xiaoyao drank the tea in the teacup in one gulp. The tea was finished. The battle was also over. Jun Xiaoyao stood up. The blood of the curse was wildly spreading in his body. Even the golden qi and blood felt like it was about to be corroded. However, Jun Xiaoyao was able to suppress it by force. As a saint physique that had broken through 10 shackles, his resistance to curses was much stronger than an ordinary saint physique. However, it could only suppress it temporarily. Later on, he would have to find other ways to remove it. Otherwise, the cursed blood would penetrate deep into his internal organs, like gangrene attached to the bone. Of course, this was only slightly more troublesome for Jun Xiaoyao, and it would only take him a bit of effort. The tyrant bloodline was too naive to think that they could cripple him with the blood of curse. Jun Xiaoyao, how are you? Are you all right? Wu, who stepped forward, frowning in concern. Jun Xiaoyao was the hope of the divine body lineage. If anything happened to him, it would be the greatest loss to the divine body lineage. Senior Wu, don't worry. Let's return to the desolate ancient temple first. Jun Xiaoyao said. Ning Defa and the others also had worried looks in their eyes. However, in their hearts, Jun Xiaoyao was already a godlike figure, so he should be fine. Ji Qing Yi also stepped forward and asked, Is young Master Jun all right? Jun Xiaoyao glanced at Ji Qing Yi and chuckled. Why, are you gathering information for the successor of the Rin celestial sect? When Ji Qing Yi heard this, her expression also froze, a trace of stiffness appearing on her face. No matter what, she was still a woman. Being mocked so mercilessly made her feel awkward. Haha, it's just a joke. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. He flew up into the sky with Wu, Hu, and the others and returned to the desolate star. Looking at Jun Xiaoyao's back, Ji Qingyi's expression returned to normal. Her clear eyes were filled with a hint of contemplation. Young Master Jun, are you really fine, or are you just pretending? Not only her, but Sakura, Shang Xuani, the 7 kill bandits, and the others also wanted to know the answer. Do you guys think that the son of God of the Jun family is fine? Why does it look like he's fine? That's not necessarily true. Didn't you hear what Xiang Fei said before he died? That was the cursed blood taken from the ancient cursed sovereign saint body. How could he be fine? That's strange. Could it be that the son of God of the Jun family is pretending to be fine, but there's actually a big problem? Maybe, but no one knows what the son of God is capable of. There was a lot of commotion in the crowd. A small number of people thought that with Jun Xiaoyao's strength in the past, he should be able to get through this ordeal safely. However, most people thought that Xiang Fei had used his own life to plot against Jun Xiaoyao. How could he be fine? Jun Xiaoyao was forcefully suppressing the curse, which would definitely cause a big problem. It could be said that if the news spread out, it would be more sensational than the battle between the sacred bodies and the overlord bodies. The 7 rebellious kings, the Black Hands, and the enemies in the dark would all have the same idea. Jun Xiaoyao didn't pay attention to the noise. He went to the universe and saw Tuoba Zhan, who had been waiting in the starry sky. Tuoba Zhan wanted to say something, but stopped. In the end, he didn't say anything. Jun Xiaoyao bowed slightly and said, Thank you, Senior. I will remember this. You're welcome. As long as the Son of God is fine. Tuoba Zhan returned the salute. However, even with his supreme level cultivation. He still couldn't figure out the condition of Jun Xiaoyao's body. Jun Xiaoyao, Tying Jade Hair, Wu Hu, and the 300 guards returned to the desolate ancient sacred palace on the desolate star. Some talents followed them all the way, but they only dared to explore outside the desolate ancient sacred palace. As soon as Jun Xiaoyao stepped into the sacred palace, his body shook. All kinds of black qi and strange fog appeared. The demonic sound filled his ears as if it came from hell. There were also all kinds of strange black runes on his sacred body. It was like a statue of a god that was cursed and inauspicious. Master! Tying Jade Hair was so anxious that she was about to cry. Ning Qin and Xiao Xianxian also clenched their small fists anxiously. It's okay. It's not a big problem for now. Jun Xiaoyao's body shook, and a few wisps of deity qi appeared to suppress the strange phenomenon. Next to him, Wu Hu frowned. Then he seemed to have thought of something and said, Jun Xiaoyao, how much do you know about the sacred body curse? Jun Xiaoyao shook his head and said, I don't know much about it. There aren't many records in the books left in the sacred palace. Not all holy physiques would have the holy physique curse. It was also a probability event. In other words, not all sacred bodies deserved the sacred body curse. Sacred bodies that couldn't break the shackles and were mediocre couldn't cultivate to the later stages at all, so there was no need to mention the sacred body curse. Have you heard of the underworld? Wu Hu asked implicitly. The underworld. Jun Xiaoyao frowned. He had indeed heard of it, but he had only read about it in the Jun clan's library. The underworld is known as the Xian Ting of the darkness. In the past, the supreme Xian Ting ruled the 9 heavens immortal realm, while the underworld was in charge of the reincarnation of all living things. In fact, the current Aeon burial ground is somewhat related to the former underworld, said Protector Wu. Is that so? Jun Xiaoyao was quite surprised. The underworld was too mysterious and eerie. There was only a limited amount of information about it. Its name was rarely mentioned even in the history books. Senior, are you saying that the underworld is related to the sacred body curse? Jun Xiaoyao was a thoughtful man, and he immediately thought of that. That's right. It's related to some ancient secrets. However, I've heard that there's a dangerous forbidden area called the Black Abyss in front of the ultimate ancient road. There seems to be a trace of the underworld there. However, I've been suppressed in the Desolation's sacred palace all year round, so I've never been able to go there, Wu Hu said. The Black Abyss? Are there any clues about the sacred body curse there? Jun Xiaoyao murmured. A mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The new check-in location has been refreshed. Please check in at the Black Abyss. For a better reading experience, please visit the mobile version of the website /book/5975/